guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They unlawfully invoked a law that's intended to prevent an invasion by a foreign nation.
President Trump says he would arrest California Governor Gavin Newsom. The state's Attorney General Rob Bonta is commenting on the feud between the two.
It's just more talk, more bluff, more bluster, more threats. It's what they do, what they say. Mr. Homan has said similar things. So has Mr. Trump.
Today, a reporter had asked if Border Czar Tom Homan should arrest Newsom over the anti-ICE demonstrations in L.A.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
Newsom called Trump's comments a sign of authoritarianism and announced a lawsuit against the White House for federalizing the California National Guard. Trump is dismissing that lawsuit, saying he had no choice, noting cars burning and people rioting. He adds that the crime Newsom committed was running for governor. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to allow the dismantling of the Department of Education. This request comes after a lower court blocked the administration's attempts.
The administration was ordered by a federal judge last month to reinstate almost 1,400 workers who had been laid off. Solicitor General D. John Sowers said in the new application, each day this preliminary injunction remains in effect subjects the executive branch to judicial micromanagement of its day-to-day operations. Getting rid of the Department of Education was one of Trump's key campaign promises. John Summers, USA Radio News.
ABC News has suspended senior national correspondent Terry Moran following a social media post criticizing President Trump and top aide Stephen Miller.
Moran called Trump and Miller world-class haters in the since-deleted post, saying Miller is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred, while Trump's hatred is only the means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. An ABC News spokesperson said in a statement Moran had been suspended, saying ABC News stands for objectivity and impartiality in its news coverage. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The best way to prevent the spread of measles is through vaccination.
The number of measles cases in the U.S. is nearing a 30-year high.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said there are now over 1,100 confirmed cases of measles across 33 states. CDC data shows only a total of 258 cases in the U.S. last year. The rate of measles cases is on track to exceed the 1,200-plus cases seen in 2019. Federal health officials say 95% of this year's confirmed cases are in people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Hunter Biden dropped a lawsuit against Fox News on Friday that accused the network of unlawfully airing sexually explicit images of him.
It's the second lawsuit he's filed and then voluntarily dismissed against Fox News. The suits followed a 2022 digital miniseries that featured an exaggerated mock trial against Hunter Biden about his overseas financial dealings. Lawyers for the former president's son claimed Fox News violated revenge porn laws and defamed him. He did not explain in court filings why the case was dropped. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Yo! Hey, Dad! You are the best dad ever.
Thanks, Dad.
People are expected to spend around $24 billion this year on Father's Day.
That would be a record amount, according to the National Retail Federation, up more than 7% from last year. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way this year on June 15th. Average spending is expected to come in at just under $200. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All righty then, without further ado, it is time to cue the microphone. Hi there. And away we go. Just like that, back in the saddle again, closing out the greatest day of the week. All right, crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Ready to turn the page on the calendar? What do you say we make our way into the 10th day of June? Because here it is. All right, looks like a full moon, but technically we're about 24 hours away. Full moon rising Tuesday night. But the moon is shining bright outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. Probably the clearest night we've seen in a while. Yeah, we've had a lot of hazy conditions, wildfire smoke out of Canada. Yeah, finally some rain clearing the skies. More rainy days ahead, according to forecasters. But welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I trust your week's off to a good start. I know for many drivers out there, this is the first night back out there hitting the highways and byways. Yeah, believe it or not, it's yet another night with stormy conditions in portions of Texas. We got some stronger storms there in eastern New Mexico, over into the southern portions of the Texas Panhandle region. Rain stretching from, say, Tucumcari, New Mexico, to Clovis, then on down to Roswell, and rolling some of the stronger storms rolling into the, again, Texas Panhandle region. There are a few isolated, what they call supercells, that are prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. Yeah, got a couple of cells, one south and one east of Hobbs, New Mexico on the Texas side. Pretty decent storm rolling toward Midland, Texas tonight. Elsewhere, we have more activity in the southeast and right up the eastern seaboard. We have seen some stronger storms from about Gulfport, Mississippi, over to Mobile, Alabama. Some heavier rains pushing up through the heart of Georgia tonight. The heaviest rains now south of Atlanta. But you've got some heavy rains from right about Macon, Georgia, over to Augusta. Things a little bit lighter there in South Carolina, lighter rains, but some heavier downpours from Columbia, then on up into eastern portions of North Carolina. Lighter rain stretching all the way up to Roanoke, Virginia. Then we've got more thunderstorm activity cutting right through the heart of Pennsylvania tonight. As we progress through the overnight hours, we'll probably see some of these storms rumbling through the Harrisburg area. Eventually on over towards Scranton, PA. Some heavier rains tonight in eastern through the heart of central New York, pushing into eastern portions of that state as well. From Ithaca to Watertown, some showers and thunderstorms in the mix. Kind of another soggy night. Not really seeing anything reaching severe levels there in the northeast, but we are seeing our fair share of flood warnings and flood watches with some of these torrential downpours dropping a lot of moisture in a very short amount of time. All right, so despite a somewhat less intense severe weather threat compared to the past weekend here, we will be talking more storms in various parts of the central and eastern states right through Tuesday and into midweek. Another active week in the central and eastern U.S. Started with winds gusting over 80 miles per hour, tearing through parts of the southern plains. We were watching those storms this past evening, our Monday morning program, as the storms charged across Oklahoma, Texas. Numerous reports of destructive winds, baseball-sized hailstones, and yes, there were even a few tornadoes. In the wake of Sunday night's storms, we still had nearly 50,000 without power across northern and eastern Texas as of Monday afternoon. Additional rounds of storms are expected to occur in some of the same areas and elsewhere this week, but they'll be at a somewhat lower risk level. Many of the same areas that experienced severe weather over the weekend will again be at risk here for Tuesday. Further west, it'll end up being another stormy day in the southern plains, intersecting with many areas that have experienced severe weather right into the Sunday night. Risk will be lower, but we can be keeping an eye on areas from Amarillo to Austin, Texas, where you'll see the threat of damaging storms. The overall risk for severe storms will be lower in the east for the day ahead. Heavy rain appears to be the primary concern from the south and on up into parts of the northeast. Could see a few of these cells capable of generating some gusty winds around the I-95 corridor from the Atlantic down to the Gulf coasts. Yet another area of stronger storms will be found across western Texas and New Mexico once again. We've seen a lot of rainfall there this past weekend, although much of the thunderstorm activity has been concentrated across the southern tier of the nation during the early part of June here. Some of this storm activity is going to be reignited across portions of the Midwest by the time we get to midweek. Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening, we'll be looking for storms stretching from South Dakota to Wisconsin, capable of producing hail, flooding, downpours, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour maybe. So obviously with a lot of outdoor summer plans getting underway, make sure you have a way to get your weather alerts and notifications when you're going to be outdoors around the country. So it's just around the corner, though, the solstice, the upcoming solstice on June 20th will mark the official start of astronomical summer across the northern hemisphere. But before the changing of the seasons, we've got one more night sky event about to unfold as we await the full strawberry moon rising Tuesday evening and then continuing to shine into Wednesday morning. June's full moon nickname dates back to the indigenous peoples of the northeastern U.S. who recognized that the strawberry harvest season typically began about the same time as the month's full moon, according to the professor of astronomy at Penn State University. But interestingly, this moon, where the sun is very high in the sky, the moon is actually going to be very low in the sky. So there's a chance it may actually look a little bit reddish or pink, and that may also be part of the origin of the name, they say. Similar to the strawberry moon nickname, there are other unofficial titles for June's full moon, dating back hundreds of years, including the green corn moon, the blooming moon, or the hatching moon. Stargazers who miss out on the strawberry moon Tuesday night can step outside looking westward Wednesday night. The moon will obviously, like tonight, still appear to be full. So the next several nights, moon shining bright. All right, underway as we work our way into a Tuesday. Hello to Philly Dan. I guess you may be looking for a bit of rain coming your way here for your Tuesday. Marianne is in the house. Shorty, I-95 southbound tonight, Brunswick, Georgia. Getting his week started. Orlando, turnaround number 1. Looks like 77 degrees at this hour there. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Tank checks in 81 degrees, cloudy in Joseph City, Arizona, as they're headed west to Fontana. Hopefully, all is clear there. Right, everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down and be safe. Let's see. Mark says, good morning, Steve. Let's pray for America. Brett, good morning from the Mile High City. Clear skies, 67 degrees. I just don't understand people. I really don't. Why are people rioting, looting, and destroying property in L.A.? What does the property of innocent people have anything to do with immigration and customs enforcement? Plus, ICE just follows orders. Why would anyone want an illegal immigrant who's a felon to be in this country? It just makes no sense. People are idiots. Anyways, thanks to the first responders for what they do, and all the overnight workers out there keeping this world turning 24/7. Yes, Brad, it defies all logic, doesn't it? Hello, Roy. Good evening. 61, clear skies in northwest Illinois. Stephanie, remember me, 73 degrees, clear in Fredericksburg, Virginia tonight. Good to have you with us, Stephanie. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everyone. Big thanks to everyone behind the wheel tonight. And a thank you to Hot Shot Secret, supporting the Steve Summers overnight drive for all of us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every time you can. All right, good to have you with us as always. Hello to Neil, checking in via the YouTube feed. Howdy, Steve. Rubber Duck, home sweet home for me tonight, gang. All right, enjoy a night at the home 20 there. Guess you cuddle up with the dogs, right? Morning from Woodstock, Georgia. Hello, James. Cloudy, 70 degrees here. Looks like my city may be on the list for the nationwide anti-ice protests. Yeah, coming up this weekend. It's a no-brainer. Who is organizing and funding all this? Yeah, I'm seeing some of the headlines where, much like we all remember the summer of love there, George Floyd 2020, this stuff spread from city to city, and some are saying, yeah, blue cities are going to see this all over the nation. I don't know. We'll give you the latest on what we have coming up here. Tony, hello, Steve, and the entire Hot Shots Nation. Good morning from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. 66 degrees, low humidity tonight. It's a very pleasant night, as a matter of fact. 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up. We'll get to some of our other friends checking in here as we roll into a new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, good morning to Soma. Sharing breaking news, he said the FBI has identified one of the anti-ICE rioters who threw rocks at police. Elpidio Reyna. He's on the run, wanted by the FBI. Yeah, more of the video coming in this past day, just to absolute insanity. The number of state police vehicles burned, being destroyed by these protesters. Let me see. Hello to Hillbilly Tex. Just got through eating my 21-pill breakfast. I guess the doctor trying to keep me alive, but we're tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell off exit 81 along the big I-75. What a breakfast. Is that the breakfast of champions, Tex? Good golly. Before we get to the latest from California as things continue to spiral and intensify, give you a heads up on something going to be taking place tonight in Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania Department of Transportation is planning an overhead sign removal after a tractor trailer crashed into it this past morning. About 8:45 Monday morning. This is on Interstate 83 in York County, PA, near the Fishing Creek exit. According to Local 21, the tractor trailer crashed into a pole supporting an overhead sign. Truck driver apparently had to be cut out of the cab. Their condition is not known. But officials described the crash scene as severe and said the overhead sign removal is going to be happening overnight tonight, starting just after 3 o'clock a.m. So right about 2.5 hours from now. They say 83 North will be completely closed for 2 occasions, stretching for about 20 minutes each to accomplish the removal safely. PennDOT said officials are waiting for a crane to arrive at the scene, which is expected to arrive at about 3 a.m. So when the crane arrives again, so that obviously 3 o'clock in the morning, you'd think lesser amounts of traffic, but yes, with a 20-minute closure on 2 occasions, things will be backed up. Just wanted to give you a heads up there. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 71 degrees tonight. Had a little bit of rain, didn't last long today. One of my trucks was sitting around some trees where the driver parked it this weekend. Huge branch fell on the middle of the box. Yeah, damaged. So I'm having to shut it down to get her fixed. Steve, I'll email some pictures of that to you. Hey, the pool's actually holding water, trying to get the chemicals balanced now. A lot of these protesters we're seeing are actually paid by some of these left-wing organizations, trying to cause as much chaos as possible. I say tase them all. I'll be loading up about 2 o'clock Tuesday afternoon to come back home, and then we'll head out about 7 p.m. I've got plenty of time to get to Hollywood, Florida, for a Thursday unload about 2 in the afternoon. So I'm just going to take my time here. You never know what I'll run into with all that's going on out there these days. But, all right, everybody have a great night. And obviously, be careful out there. And Mark says, and Gavin Newsom has aspirations to actually be president of this country. Here's what we know. Some of the latest, and a lot has unfolded over the past 24 hours. The president, of course, had over the weekend authorized 2,000 National Guard, which began rolling into the L.A. area over the weekend. With the events that continue to unfold, he has now authorized the deployment of an additional 2,000 National Guard. So according to the Pentagon's chief spokesperson, that would bring the total number of Guard put on federal orders to more than 4,100. That news coming down just hours after the Pentagon deployed about 700 Marines to the protest to work alongside local law enforcement. Now, the initial 2,100 Guard were expected to be on the ground by this evening, Monday evening, that is. So, not clear if they've all arrived yet. California's Attorney General calling the National Guard deployment unlawful, trampling on the state's sovereignty. They have sued the Trump administration this past day. In response, Governor Newsom tells MSNBC that he plans to file suit against the administration. This appears to be the first time in decades that a state's National Guard was activated without a request from its governor. Yes, we touched on that in our Monday morning program. Trump citing the legal provision that allows him to mobilize federal service members when there is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government. And, of course, Immigration and Customs Enforcement are federal employees, correct? Now, Newsom says the deployment was reckless, not about public safety. Either way, the additional troops could take a day or two to arrive because that order was just given here on Monday evening. Now, the president has posted a warning via social media to those who are demonstrating in LA against the immigration crackdown, confronting police and members of the National Guard. He said this past day, if they spit, we will hit. And I promise you, they'll hit harder than they've ever been hit before. If they spit, apparently that's what's been occurring. Many of these protesters coming right up into the police face, spitting in their face. And yeah, there's more to the story, but we'll break it down coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests regarding ICE policies and actions continue to happen around the nation. California Governor Gavin Newsom says it's time for President Trump to be a commander-in-chief.
And I will have your back if you want to work in a relationship of trust and truth in the spirit of our founding fathers. But you come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Hundreds of protesters faced off with riot gear wearing San Francisco police officers on Sunday. 2 officers were injured. Over 100 people, including juveniles, were arrested. Demonstrators had gathered outside the Immigration Service building in San Francisco to rally against ICE raids and deportations, which are happening across the country. Police officers were called in to try and disperse the crowds.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost a point. The S&P 500 rose 5 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 61. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed. The phone lines are open. Up and running, 844-844-3388. Hello to Daniel. Checking in from Tacoma, Washington tonight. Said it's finally cooled down a little. We're down to 80 degrees here in Tacoma tonight. Guess you had another hot day Monday, right? So here, and I was questioning when I saw the first headlines about possibly activating active duty Marines. How's that going to work? Well, here's what we know. The Pentagon scrambling Monday to establish rules to guide those Marines who may be faced with the rare, difficult prospect of using force against citizens on American soil. Now that the administration is deploying active duty troops to the raid protests there in L.A. Yet Northern Command said they're sending some 700 Marines into the L.A. area to protect federal property and personnel, including federal immigration agents. The 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, coming from 29 Palms, California. They will augment the 2,100 National Guard soldiers, which was going to increase to 4,100. These forces have been trained in de-escalation, crowd control, and standing rules for use of force, according to Northern Command. But the use of active duty forces raises some difficult questions. The Marines are highly trained in combat and crisis response, with time in conflict zones like Syria and Afghanistan, but that is starkly different from the role they're going to be facing now. Now, they could potentially be hit by protesters carrying gas canisters and have to quickly decide how to respond, or face decisions about protecting an immigration enforcement agent from crowds. According to a U.S. official, troops will be armed with their normal service weapons. They will not be carrying tear gas. They also will have protective equipment, helmets, shields, gas masks. Now, when troops are overseas, how they can respond to threats is outlined by what they call the rules of engagement. At home, they're guided by standing rules for the use of force, which have to be set and agreed to by Northern Command, and then each Marine should receive a card explaining what they can and cannot do. Now, for example, warning shots would be prohibited, according to use of force draft documents viewed by the Associated Press. Marines are directed to de-escalate a situation whenever possible, but also are authorized to act in self-defense. Now, the reviewed documents and interviewed a number of U.S. officials this past day, speaking anonymously about the guidance being determined for the Marines. The Pentagon is also working on a memo with clarifying language for the Marines that will lay out the steps that they can take to protect federal personnel and property. Those guidelines will include specifics on the possibility that they could temporarily detain civilians if troops are under assault or to prevent harm. Those measures could involve detaining civilians until they can be turned over to law enforcement. Now, having the Marines deploy to protect federal buildings allows them to be used without invoking the Insurrection Act, according to one U.S. official. The Insurrection Act allows the president to direct federal troops to conduct law enforcement functions in national emergencies, but the use of that act is extremely rare. Officials said that has not yet been done in this case. It's not clear if it will. George H.W. Bush used the Insurrection Act to respond to riots in L.A. in 1992 after the acquittal of the white police officers who were videotaped beating Rodney King, right? And if their role expands, if the violence escalates, it's not clear under what legal authority they could be able to engage. If, in fact, those Marines are laying hands on civilians, are doing searches, then you have some pretty powerful legal concerns. No statutory authority Trump has invoked so far would permit this. Defense Secretary Hegseth tweeted late over the weekend that he was considering deploying Marines to respond to the unrest after getting advice earlier in the day from General Dan Kane, who is chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Still, the tweet, which was posted on his personal X account and not to his official government account, caught many inside the Pentagon by surprise. As of late Monday, the military's highest offices were still considering the potential ramifications here. The Marine Corps is asking some broader questions as well. Do they send more senior, experienced personnel so as not to put some of the newer, less experienced troops at risk of potentially making a judgment call on whether to use force against a civilian? What's lawful under domestic deployment, where troops may end up in a policing role, is governed by the Fourth Amendment in the Constitution, which forbids seizure of persons, including temporarily restraining them, unless it could be considered reasonable under the circumstances. Now, troops under federal authorities are in general prohibited from conducting law enforcement on U.S. soil. That's based on the Posse Comitatus Act. So very interesting. It's not necessarily uncharted territory. As we said, it was done back in the 1990s. 844-844-3388. See what the Grump has to say. Morning, Grump.
Morning. Yeah, I think we're playing with fire with this one, with deploying active duty military, because they're teetering right there on the Posse Comitatus Act, and without declaring some type of martial law in the city,
mm-hmm.
Within the city limits or the region right there, it's kind of, I don't know. I think they just need to rethink this and see if they can get more National Guard in there to help augment the the police and in other ways. But I listened to that dingbat, that mayor there. She some of the most insightful things that's going on there is coming out of her mouth, and you're talking about the peaceful citizens that, and now they don't know where their, husbands and spouses are, whether they were, whether they're in camp somewhere or what. The stupidest crap in the world that dingbat had to stand there in front of that TV, in front of the TV cameras and say is, it's just insightful, number one, and it's lying, number two, to the population. I haven't seen anything yet that a damn Democrat wouldn't do to try to get reelected or elected. This whole thing would never have happened if we didn't have these sanctuary cities that kiss these people's butts as soon as they get there. Now, Gavin Newsom, he is as guilty as sin when it comes to being complicit with these illegals. When you're giving them free health care and giving them a place to live, and you're giving cars and every damn thing else out to these illegals, and you can go down to I-410 in Alameda and see all the homeless camps that's up underneath the bridges and stuff there, that people ain't getting a damn thing, except maybe some Narcan if they need it. But I don't know what the hell his thinking is. Number one, he's anything but a governor, and this moron wants to be president. And then you got that mayor there in Los Angeles is just as, I don't know. You just got to sometimes paint yourself, and is this really the country that I grew up in? With all these idiots, what they're doing right now, and it just I don't know. I think like I said, bringing in these all these Marines and things, I think it's I would rethink it. I really would, because it's going to be it can be just kindling on a big fire, man. I ain't kidding you. It's just right for all kinds of lawsuits and everything. Well, it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if there wasn't some federal judge that jumped in right off the dang bat, and said, we're not going to allow this.
Right.
That just
every day.
That just seems to be what they do. But it's I don't know, Steve. It's this is a powder keg. It should have never came to this extent of what's going on now, because I don't think Joe Biden had a damn clue what was going on with that border. I honest to God don't. I think Mayorkas and the rest of that bunch of fools, they kind of worked this out to bring all these illegals over here for whatever reason. And, they didn't care who they were. Just open the borders up and let the damn fools through. Let's pack these cities with all these illegals, these extra bodies, because we got a census that's coming up, and they'll be able to count them as not as citizens but as people. And that just increases their chances for more seats in the House, and that's what we're fighting against right now. But it's just been reckless, in every step of the way. And could they handled it different? Probably, they probably could have. Right now, it's just and that place out there was nothing but just a fuel for a fire. That's all it was. They've been itching for this fight out there, and first of all, why the hell are they letting anyone show up out there in on the streets of LA wearing a mask? I'd be arresting every damn body out there that hey, if you had a mask on, you're going to jail. No questions asked. One of the things that they learned, the Brits and other people learned, is you find out who these people are and you meet them in their neighborhoods. When they're gathering around in their neighborhoods and talking all the smack and stuff, that's where you go pick them up. You don't let it get to the riot stage. And the second thing that they learned is that people they hate water, when it comes to these riots and stuff. Hell, they'd have brought in these big water cannons with these, with that dye in there. I've seen them do it 1,000 times when I was stationed in England. they'll bring in these big water cannons with dye in there. They'll spray the hell out of everybody and just go around picking them up. That dye you can't wash at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they'll soak their heads and their hands and every damn thing else, and it's fluorescent. So, you know, when they're going on the train station, stuff like that, they see them with a dye on there. They just, you know, most of the time they just disperse because they knew that their asses were going to go to jail. But it's the fools that are causing all the problems right now. You know, they got to be paid for what they're doing. I mean, they had to bus all them idiots in. I mean, you can't have that many people that wants to fly Mexican flags and Venezuelan flags and every kind of other flag under the sun except the American flag without getting some money from somebody. And I would say it's probably, you know, George Soros bunch, you know, some of their non-profits as they call them, but they're sure as hell forking money over right and left to people. And it's going to get a lot worse, man, before it gets better. It wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if it didn't spread to Chicago and places like that, you know, but I don't know. I wish they'd rethink these, you know, all the Marines coming in and just bring in more law enforcement and let them handle it, you know, the best they can, or more guards, you know, that when you start bringing active duty in, you know, it can be a bad situation. And all it's going to take is somebody to get shot, and I guarantee you they're going to swear up and down. Whether they did it or not, they're going to swear up and down one of them active duty Marines or one of the Marines did it. And you know how it's going to – optics is everything when, you know, for elections and things like this. And I hope the hell things get better right now, you know, because we got the midterms coming up. And if it don't, you know, it's say la vie Republicans, I guarantee you. You've seen it 1,000 times just like I have. In these elections, you know, I mean, it's optics is everything. They can make a haystack out of whatever, you know, the damn Democrats, and they have no shame or no fear whatsoever. They will do anything in their power to regain power, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Do you see old nutty ass Maxine Waters out here running around running her stupid mouth? You know why that decrepit old hag's even out here is beyond me. Nancy Pelosi, I'm surprised. You know, she's been real quiet. I don't know what the hell's going on with her. I don't know. She might have some stock stuff going on. Who knows? But it's you know, Gavin Newsom, and then that battle axe they have for a mayor there. She's definitely fanning the flames and stuff. And that's one thing you won't hear come out of a Democrat's mouth is calm and resolve. Just settle down. You know, let's just stop all this rioting. Hell no, they love this stuff. You know, look what they did up at George Floyd. You know, hell, they were marching in the streets with them. Same way over Michael Brown in St. Louis. You know, it never ended with them people. You know, let's get out here and hold hands and kumbaya and march up and down the damn street. We feel your pain. And as soon as they get elected, you think they give a rat's ass about these Mexicans and Venezuelans and all them people? No, they don't care. You know, all they care about is power. And that's exactly what they're reeking for right now. And it's just, you know, I don't know. They're going to use everything they can to throw at Trump. You know, if they can find federal judges to block these Marines or to find some kind of fault to bring charges against federal agents, that's exactly what they're going to do. You know, they just they can't help themselves. Hell, it's sewn into their DNA. You know, I've never seen critters like Democrats in my damn life, man. I swear. You know, hell, they're no better than the scum that you know that we was fighting overseas. You know, I mean, it just literally, it just they're absolutely no damn better. It just, and then you got, you know, things that's going on in Israel. Now you got, you know, Russia with all their garbage going on. China, you know, look at what's going on with China right now. You know, they're spreading their venom around the world a little bit more, and this whole country, man, the whole world is a powder keg right now.
Tinderbox. Yep.
It is, and it's just, you know, it's just hell. I mean, I'm 65, man. I'm on the downslope now, and you know, too old to go fight, but you know, I'd love to. you know, I think I still got a little fight left in me, but it just, I don't know. You know, it just makes sense that when the average criminal is scared of the average citizen, you know, and that's kind of what these concealed carries and everything else was supposed to bring in was to make criminals, you know, think before they jacked a car or they robbed a house or something. What's behind that door right there? a big dog, number one, and maybe a shotgun. Let's leave that one alone, go after the soft targets. And it just seems to me like right now, man, it's good people in this country need to stand up and be heard. And I mean, be heard loud and make it clear that, crime and all the crap that's going on, we just don't want any part of. But I don't know, buddy. It's like I said, it's beyond my control anymore, or beyond my ability to do anything about it except vote. Try to vote for the right people.
Well, with 4,100 National Guard, ultimately, I mean, should that not be enough? Manpower to gain control, not having to use the active duty.
I would say that it probably is, but I would still bring in some water cannons and things like that, to kind of disperse the crowds the best you can. Tear gas is not working right now. I mean, hell, they'll throw on a mask or they'll cover their face and things like that, and they'll run off in other areas. But when you start blasting people with water and hitting them with some rubber bullets and things like that when they're getting out, look at that guy that assaulted the cops. It took them 3 days to find this idiot.
Yeah.
He was up there. He assaulted the federal agents. Now they're burning all these cars and everything, and it just. I don't know, man. I tell you, like I said, you just got to wonder, sometimes and wake up. It's nothing like it was in Ohio, and during the Vietnam War. That was, when that National Guardsman killed two of them, I think it was, but I can't remember what all was involved in it there. But they had their riots and they had their protests and things like that. But for the most part, people minded their own business and they went, it's more or less a sit-in and do some singing and, crying and carrying on like this. We haven't seen violence like this, and when it started up with Michael Brown and George Floyd and all the rest of these goons that they idolized, number one, that was nothing but damn drug heads and thugs, that George Floyd was going to die anyway of fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
He had so much of that crap in his system. He was going to die. So it didn't, that was one thing. But, we've never seen such violence that's happening, in the streets today as what happened then. I mean, with our own citizens or citizens of some country that's here, but they seem to think that they have the right to come here and just destroy things. And this is a big damn problem. I mean, it's where does it end if this keeps on? What happens if Trump was to back down right now without doing anything at all? Newsom wins and that hag in L.A. wins. And they're going to prove to the people that you was out here, protesting for a good, worthy cause. For what reason? To keep a bunch of damn illegals here that has done nothing but take $300-400 billion a year out of our taxes. They contribute? Maybe, but most of it's under the table. They steal Social Security numbers, things like that. They say they do any damn thing to get a job. And it's not just them people hanging out at the Home Depot like these idiots were saying tonight. And this whole thing, well, these migrants, these poor migrants, who's picking our crops and things like that. Well, why in the hell are they in the cities then? Why are they rioting in the cities? Every city, they're having to go in there and pick these people up, these so-called good migrants, and everything. When you wave dollar bills in front of people's face and you wave these little EBT cards and say, we're going to feed you, we're going to pay your rent, we're going to give you a car, and that they did give them cars. That's what I don't understand. Hell, did anybody ever give you a car, Steve? I've had to work my ass off for every damn car I've ever had. And $1,200-1,500 at a whack, to help pay the rent and everything else. Well, why wouldn't they just flood in here? And hell, when that $1,200 check is more than most of them's made in their damn life, but yet they're here doing this, and this is their gratitude toward the American people, by God, for the $100 or $200 or $300 billion that has been blown on them jackasses since they crossed that border. For me, I damn all these flights and stuff. I'd march every one of their asses back to the damn Rio Grande. Say your feet wet, got coming over. They're gonna get wet going back. Get the walking. I mean, it just it makes no sense whatsoever that we just keep flying them here and there. You know, they come across that way, bust their ass to the Rio Grande. You know, remember I was telling you, when I was a cop there, we had a lot of migrants come in, and a lot of illegals that would come in around, the mountain area there, and they would pick fruit or whatever, and we would catch some of them that, DUIs. I mean, they'd be 3 and 4 times over the damn limit, and when you search them, they'd have a wad of cash. I'm talking some of them. Hell, I got one guy one time that had $9,000 in his pocket. I don't remember ever having $9,000.
Wow. That's because they're saving it all up to take back to the wife and kids, I guess, in many cases. But, hey, we got to pause there. We close out hour number 1.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They unlawfully invoked a law that's intended to prevent an invasion by a foreign nation.
President Trump says he would arrest California Governor Gavin Newsom. The state's Attorney General Rob Bonta is commenting on the feud between the two.
It's just more talk, more bluff, more bluster, more threats. It's what they do, what they say. Mr. Homan has said similar things. So has Mr. Trump.
Today, a reporter had asked if border czar Tom Homan should arrest Newsom over the anti-ICE demonstrations in L.A.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
Newsom called Trump's comments a sign of authoritarianism and announced a lawsuit against the White House for federalizing the California National Guard. Trump is dismissing that lawsuit, saying he had no choice, noting cars burning and people rioting. He adds that the crime Newsom committed was running for governor. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to allow the dismantling of the Department of Education. This request comes after a lower court blocked the administration's attempts.
The administration was ordered by a federal judge last month to reinstate almost 1,400 workers who had been laid off. Solicitor General D. John Sowers said in the new application, each day this preliminary injunction remains in effect subjects the executive branch to judicial micromanagement of its day-to-day operations. Getting rid of the Department of Education was one of Trump's key campaign promises. John Summers, USA Radio News.
ABC News has suspended senior national correspondent Terry Moran following a social media post criticizing President Trump and top aide Stephen Miller.
Moran called Trump and Miller world-class haters in the since-deleted post, saying Miller is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred, while Trump's hatred is only the means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. An ABC News spokesperson said in a statement Moran had been suspended, saying ABC News stands for objectivity and impartiality in its news coverage. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The best way to prevent the spread of measles is through vaccination.
The number of measles cases in the U.S. is nearing a 30-year high.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said there are now over 1,100 confirmed cases of measles across 33 states. CDC data shows only a total of 258 cases in the U.S. last year. The rate of measles cases is on track to exceed the 1,200-plus cases seen in 2019. Federal health officials say 95% of this year's confirmed cases are in people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Hunter Biden dropped a lawsuit against Fox News on Friday that accused the network of unlawfully airing sexually explicit images of him.
It's the second lawsuit he's filed and then voluntarily dismissed against Fox News. The suits followed a 2022 digital miniseries that featured an exaggerated mock trial against Hunter Biden about his overseas financial dealings. Lawyers for the former president's son claimed Fox News violated revenge porn laws and defamed him. He did not explain in court filings why the case was dropped. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Yo! Hey, Dad! You are the best dad ever.
Thanks, Dad.
People are expected to spend around $24 billion this year on Father's Day.
That would be a record amount, according to the National Retail Federation, up more than 7% from last year. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way this year on June 15th. Average spending is expected to come in at just under $200. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, and another hour off and rolling as we make our way into a brand new day. That would be the 10th day of June, Tuesday. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, who we got on board? Looks like Gilligan getting his week started there. Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Cloudy, 67 degrees, Max Meadows, Virginia tonight. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello to Bill. Morning, everybody. 64 degrees. Kuttawa, Kentucky, clear. Rolling to Atlanta. Thanks to the previous administration, Trump has a mess to clean up. And it ain't going to be easy. But it has to be done. Now, if anyone's headed toward Madison or Milwaukee later today, there are talks about protests going on in those cities. Like I said, things looking to expand, and coming up this weekend, they're talking about possible nationwide protests. Where do you go from here? Hello, Jason. Good morning, Steve. Enjoying the show, passing through Iowa City, Iowa. 58 degrees with clear skies tonight, dry roads. Everybody be safe out there. Someone posted that even a broken clock is right twice. And they shared a post from John Fetterman, senator, who stated, I unapologetically stand for free speech, peaceful demonstrations, and immigration, but this is not that. This is anarchy and true chaos. My party loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement. Yes, even a broken clock is right twice. And I guess he sees the light of day on that.
Yeah, I think he's really ticked off a lot of the Democrats because, he come on as this crazy guy, and needed his breakdown every other week and, go to Walter Reed and get straightened out and that kind of thing. And now he's kind of like, where did this common sense come from? It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around, but hey, I'm glad he's seeing it the way he's doing and not afraid to speak out. I mean, that's just the way it is. But you got so many Democrats right now, Steve, that their belief is you coddle criminals. You legitimize them by feeling their pain and telling them it's not their fault. Well, whose damn fault is it? It's everybody has something in their life that is a shadow of some sort, but you don't have to grow up like that. You don't have to be like that. But yet you got these people like this that, the thug life is all the hell they know. That's it. They could care less about anything else. And Democrats think they're going to vote for them. They probably would just, if you paid them enough, but they don't give a rat's ass about government. That's not their, if they did, they wouldn't be anarchy out there. They wouldn't be these thugs running up and down the damn streets just, and they get tired of turning on good people. They turn on each other. You look at Chicago, take it for example, the greatest threat to young black men is other black men, other young black men. It's 93% they're killed by someone of their same age, and stuff like that. 72% of black fathers leave the home. They're being raised by a single parent. They commit 47, 48% of the murders right now. I think it did drop a little bit, but it's that's 13% of the population. Where are we going to class these people at? Is what percentage of the population they're going to be doing all this craziness? I mean, whites ain't, believe me, they're not sterile. They've got their share of problems and things like that too. But they're not out there waving these flags. At least people that I would believe wouldn't be out there waving these flags. I remember the last big riot they had back in, when was it? Hell, it was back in about 2007 or something like that. They had that Mexican Free Day or some crap like that, and then they got up there and cut the flag down off the post office and run the Mexican flag up it and everything like that. People wants to come to this country. They want a better way of life, but they never want to try to assimilate. They never want to try to be anything other than what the last goon they was at their last zip code, which is, wherever. And then they're here pulling this crap. Like I said, it's when when these goons and these thugs and people like that is scared of the average citizen, afraid that, well, if I go over there and mess with this dude, what's he going to do? I'm going to shoot your ass is what I'm going to do. I don't know what anybody else is going to do, but, I'm not that guy. I've reached a point in my life, at 65 years old, I spent most of my life in the military. I'm not going to play that crap, man. Somebody's trying to steal my truck or something like that. And they say, well, a truck's not worth your life. Is it worth theirs? Because they're damn sure risking it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, breaking into people's homes and stuff like that. I don't know where it's going to end. Honestly, I don't. You can't have this chaos in this country and what's going on. We were born for, law and order. I mean, that's what we stood for at one point in time. And now it's just all this disarray and all this crap here going on. And you got these damn politicians that's, got their pom-poms and their whistles and bullhorns and every damn thing else. And they're joining in with this chaos. For me, they ought to be expelled right off the bat. Plus, if you got voters dumb enough to vote for some idiot like Maxine Waters, come on. You're not the sharpest damn knife in the drawer. I mean, they had to have some kind of talent out there that could run, that actually meant something for we the people. And I'm not a Democrat by any damn means, but they used to have some people in the party called the Blue Dog Democrats. Hell, they've run them all out. There's like what one or two left. The Democrats have just went so far to the left and so far crazy. And the last thing I want to see is Republicans going so far to the right that they're just extremists themselves. We want to see some kind of party that's right down the damn middle where everybody can get along, but we can do things for this country and not for each other. And that's when you start bettering things for the country, everybody comes up. Everybody gets lifted up out of whatever, but you're always going to have these idiots that's going to live under the bridges, and you're going to have these drugs that, they're trying to weed it out as much as possible and stop the fentanyl flow and everything else. But it's never going to happen to where, we're 100% free of it. You're going to have addicts, and you're going to have people that just can't cope with everyday life because they got to be propped up all the damn time. A hard day's work, they know nothing about it. And that's the people right now, that Democrats are playing to, that guaranteed salary and free medical and all this other stuff. Who the hell's going to pay for all that? We're just gonna print money and hand it out. We're just gonna, doctors need to get paid. But it's just, I don't know, man. It's just this whole craziness that's going on right now. Like I said, it just, I hope that one of these damn days that the American citizens, the good people, which is 10 to 1 compared to the idiots that are out here, get a belly full of it and make their voices heard. And it might be a third party that has to come in here, but it's not going to be some extremist, or extreme on either side. I agree with what Trump's doing. I don't agree how it's getting done right now. I mean, it's, I think it kind of got blown out of proportion. And, but look, we got to get rid of these people. You can't just let 20 million people waltz across the damn border and say, I'm here, take care of me, hat in hand. And if you don't take care of me, I'm going to start rioting in the streets, and I'm going to sue, and I'm going to do this. Look how many illegal aliens is suing right now, to stay here in the United States. They're saying their constitutional rights is being violated. What the hell is wrong with these people? I always thought that before, you come up here and mess our country up, why don't you try making your damn country just a little bit better? But they don't do it. Hell, it's, they let the dictators and they let the drugs and every damn thing else rule the roost down there. And they say, let's go up to the States. Hell, we can make some good cash up there, and we can come back down here. When I was a cop, we used to, like I said, we busted a guy one time, had $9,000. We went to the bank, got a money order, and sent it to the immigration office in El Paso, Texas. That's where he was illegal. That's where he supposedly come through and said, look, you want your money? Get your ass on a bus and go to El Paso and get it. And, that's about the only way that they'll deport them, people like that. But I don't know, man. I tell you, there's a lot of ways to get rid of these morons, but, I don't know. you see some of them that's coming across the border right now, or anybody. Hell, if I was down there and my family was starving, Steve, I'd probably try to get up here to find a job. But I'd be damned if I would be tearing somebody's crap up, or raising a flag that did nothing for me, such as the Mexican flag or the Venezuelan flag. Why are they flying them damn things? If they believe that much in their country, then get your ass on the Greyhound and go back home. But don't stand up here and pull this crap with us. If they was waving American flags and saying, look, we want to be part of this community. We want to be something here. How can we get legal here? I'm sure there is not a politician around that would not work with people like that wanted to better themselves and better this country too. But that's not the case anymore.
At least not what's on the ground there in Los Angeles. Well, Grump, we gotta move ahead here, and we gotta get to Dan is hanging in there. Get his 2 cents on the rights. Looks like Senor Heatwave. It's been a while since we've heard from Heatwave. And room for you at 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All righty, Buckeye Boy, I got your photographs there. That was a big tree that came down on your trailer there, huh? Surprised the damage wasn't actually worse, but yeah, good luck with that. Quick heads up. The CVSA announcing this year's Brake Safety Week, August 24th through the 30th. Kind of like the 72-hour road check. That's when inspectors across the U.S., Canada, Mexico fan out conducting commercial vehicle inspections and educating drivers and carriers about the importance of brake safety. We'll give you more on that coming up here. First, let's get back to the phones here. And Dan, good morning.
Morning, Steve. Well, when people say, I don't know what, I wish he had done something different, what else could he have done? I mean, it's the L.A. police chief got on the front of the cameras and said, we are overwhelmed in every area of the city. Now, why the mayor didn't ask the governor to bring out the National Guard is why she's such an incompetent person.
Correct.
And there's such stupid things. And the president had no other choice. And as far as bringing the Marines out, LA's not that far from 29 pounds. What could stop this from going out to there? I mean, each day, the rioters, they get more emboldened. I mean, I couldn't even count how many police cars and Waymo cars and things of that have been destroyed. Plus, there's a lot of federal buildings down there. And I think when the ICE people, safety is in danger, the president does have a right to invoke these people under that posse comitatus. I remember when Katrina happened, the governor of Louisiana would not sign the declaration necessary for Bush to send in federal troops. I don't know if you remember that or not. And as a result of it, well, I don't have to tell you what happened after the riot, but, you know, the other thing that can happen is two things specifically. One, any city or state that refuses to honor an ICE detainer, their funds should be cut off immediately for everything. And I think the president would be on solid ground for that. Every bit of it should be cut off. And the second thing is, and this is happening, but not fast enough, employers, and I just don't mean individuals that own businesses such as roofers and moving companies and things of that nature. I'm talking about homeowners. You sit there and hire somebody you know is not a legal citizen, then you should be fined. Fined to the point, and then a lien placed on that business or on that home. That will stop it. Because they talk about this Home Depot network where these illegals gather around there and they look for work. And homeowners pull up. I don't know if they're doing it as much anymore. And then they find somebody to come out and do their work who will definitely undercut somebody who's a licensed business in that community. And I think that's what should happen. But I just, I don't see, you know, we look at what happened in the summer of 2020 and we watched Minneapolis burn, you know, other cities, Kenosha, go on and on and on. They just had, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Wherever they could mobilize to do this. And President Trump's not going to allow that this time. And I don't blame him one bit. And from the lookers of the polls, the public this is what they want. To sit there and allow this to happen. But anyway, I just thought I mean, the last caller brought up, well, I wish it would happen some other way. Well, what other suggestion do you have? I mean, I don't know. What other suggestion do you have? And I mean, I know it's very difficult to have U.S. military active duty. And I believe that is connected with that posse comitatus law. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
I think that.
Yes.
Yes, and to invoke, you can do it, and it has been done. But it was actually done back, I believe, in the Ole Miss James Meredith enrollment in Ole Miss, 1963. And I believe it was also done down in Alabama on a voter registration drive. So President Kennedy did it, and I remember that. Federal troops were brought in to Ole Miss in order for that individual. He's a veteran. They were not allowing him to register for school because of his race, which they needed as much, which was stupid and wrong and evil. And but anyway, that's I just thought I'd lay in my 2 cents and see where the show is. I'm looking for some trouble this weekend. I am looking for it. So anyway. Thank you very much.
All right, so you're kind of the line of thinking that all the troublemakers, the anarchists, and this just it brings out every group that has a cause. They may have nothing to do with immigration or illegals. They've got a cause and they just want to join in the fight and be a part of the violence in the streets. There are those that thrive on that kind of madness. But all right, Tom Homan, he as well as President Trump. I mean, they're talking about should Gavin Newsom actually be arrested? You got to when you're hearing what President Trump said this past day. He said, "Yeah, I'd do it. Yeah, I'd do it." Yeah, and what's the crime? Which Trump said. The crime he committed was running for governor. He knows. Keep in mind, Trump loves to troll. He says this kind of stuff because it just drives the lefties, it drives the liberals absolutely bat crap crazy. Yeah, and they take it and they run with it. See, he's talking about authoritarianism. He's wanting to be a dictator. Yeah, so we'll tell you a bit more about. Technically, Karen Bass, the mayor there in L.A., according to Tom Homan, she should actually be thanking Trump and this administration for doing what they're doing, trying to take public safety threats off the streets in her town. But that's not the way they see it. All right, 844-844-3388, a new day coming our way, Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests regarding ICE policies and actions continue to happen around the nation. California Governor Gavin Newsom says it's time for President Trump to be a commander-in-chief.
And I will have your back if you want to work in a relationship of trust and truth in the spirit of our founding fathers. But you come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Hundreds of protesters faced off with riot gear wearing San Francisco police officers on Sunday. 2 officers were injured. Over 100 people, including juveniles, were arrested. Demonstrators had gathered outside the Immigration Service building in San Francisco to rally against ICE raids and deportations, which are happening across the country. Police officers were called in to try and disperse the crowds.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost a point. The S&P 500 rose 5 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 61. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, back at it here. So what got this mess started in L.A.? What the hell sparked this to begin with? Immigration and Customs Enforcement, as they've been doing around the country, conducted a series of raids last week in Los Angeles that led to the arrest of several illegal aliens, obviously, including a 49-year-old Vietnamese national whose criminal history includes a conviction of second-degree murder. With those raids, we're now, I guess, rolling into what will be ultimately day 5 of rioting that led the president to activate the National Guard Sunday and the Marines yesterday. Tom Homan, speaking this past day with Greta Van Susteren, said, "We've got to bring safety to this town. What angers me the most is people aren't looking at the facts. ICE arrested significant public safety threats in the last few days in L.A. We arrested a murderer, a Vietnamese national who murdered teenagers at a graduation party. We arrested several sexual predators, child sex predators. We arrested people convicted of armed robbery. We arrested people for domestic violence, all sort of public safety threats. ICE made Los Angeles safer in the last couple of days. So Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass should actually be thanking us for taking these threats off the streets." Obviously, Newsom, though, criticizing deployment of the National Guard without his consultation. But Tom Homan applauding the decision to deploy the National Guard and the Marines. Said ICE has continued their operations in L.A. as well as around the country. But he added Congress is going to have to step up and pass this one big, beautiful bill.
that will provide the much-needed funding to the efforts at catching and deporting illegal immigrants. We need it to pass. That gives us more resources, gives us more beds, gives us more transportation, so we can go out and arrest these public safety threats more efficiently and more quickly. It's also going to add to the border wall. We've got the most secure border in the lifetime of this nation right now. But we've got to make these advancements permanent. All right, see what's going on with Senor Heatwave. It's been a while. How we been?
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, I've been doing all right. Last week I was running solar, and so this week I thought I was running team out, but my co-driver called in saying he's got Montezuma's revenge, and we didn't need to go on that crappy story. But anyways, so heading down to Phoenix and hopefully turn back to Albuquerque, pick up my co-driver, and take off. I always enjoy listening to Grump. I mean, he don't spare any words. He tells you the way he sees it, and by God, that's just the way it is. And I agree with the guy. I'm kind of along the same lines. But when you have a group of people flying other national flags out there and burning the American flag, to me, we've already been invaded. Now they're showing their colors, and I don't know. If you ever had, and they'll say, well, there's January 6th. If you had the right, the conservatives, the Republicans, pull this crap where they were setting fire to everything, destroying defacing churches, destroying police cars, we'd never hear the end of it from the other side.
Right.
So why should the left get a pass on this? I mean, really, there is no sane reason for any of this crap to go on. These illegals came in knowing full damn well what's going to happen to them, especially when Trump was elected, because Biden was an idiot. And that's a quote from an Israeli that was out there that lives in Israel saying, Biden was an idiot. $300 million pier. Did you hear about what happened to it? It broke up and washed away. Killed some people. But, they didn't want to hear that because, that just didn't go for the Democrat narrative. You break the law, one to come in. I guess it's a misdemeanor. And if you go be deported and you come back,
that's a felony.
Then I guess it's a felony.
Correct.
Yeah. So how many times have we heard, well, this individual was deported 9 times, he came back 10 times?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's multiple felonies.
They've got a proverbial laundry list of felonies, right?
Exactly. So, do I feel sorry for these people that bring their families up here, and then mooch off the government or, work under the table? No, I don't feel sorry for them. They knew the risks, and their number came up. So to hell with them. As far as I'm concerned, just like you had posted on your page earlier this morning, I agree. Time to take off the kid gloves and start start getting there and showing muscle. Get these people out. So I was listening to Sean Hannity earlier, and they were talking about, well, why didn't Trump bring in the National Guard come January 6th?
Right. Well,
they're griping about that.
He authorized 20,000. It's Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the crew up there that refused to bring them in. Yep.
But that was one thing Sean Hannity and his guests did not bring up. Pelosi said no. The D.C. mayor said no. And I'm surprised he was able to say, you know what, if governor's not doing it in California, I'm going to do it for him. I don't know. It's just amazing how this nonsense gets so out of hand, and the left think they're doing a righteous cause. If you think it's so damn righteous, bring up some bills and make it law. If you don't, sit down, shut up, and go with the rest of us on this particular ride. Wasn't there a president just a couple of presidents ago that said elections have consequences?
Sure was.
Yep, well, guess what? Now it's time for y'all to sit down and sit in the back of the bus, like that one president said, and realize that elections have consequences. And I am so glad that I can't even think of the words to describe her. The former VP did not get it, because, man, we would be so overrun it wouldn't even be funny right now. They were saying there was going to be something was happening in Dallas right about now. Have you heard anything about that?
As far
Protest
as
or anything?
that, I have not seen. No, I have not seen anything in regards to that.
All right. Well, maybe they were talking about something else. I don't know, but it sounded like to me that there was something going on in Dallas right about now. So I guess I'll let that one go.
I did I could, I'm pretty quick on the Google. I did a quick search, and I am seeing several headlines here of the last several hours. Hundreds in Dallas protest ICE and the Trump administration in response to the L.A. unrest. So Dallas joins in the protest as the crackdowns continue. That's from the Fox 4 affiliate there in Dallas.
Okay. All right. Well, there's so many things that are so wrong with the country right now, from the former president or the former mechanical pen, because we don't know if he was actually doing anything but being a figurehead up there. The measles outbreak that we got. Well, I wonder what started that, Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of people here that figured, well, we don't have measles anymore, so there's no reason to vaccinate the kid. Well, what about those that came over the border illegally?
Yeah.
What kind of diseases did they bring in? And we've mentioned that several times. So, I guess there's no law saying that you can't be stupid out there. I guess that's your freedom of expression, and the left is really, really going after it. Even Cory Booker said, "Oh, it's peaceful protest." Not when you're defacing buildings, starting fires, civil unrest. That's not peaceful protest.
Injury law enforcement. I mean, you see the videos I saw this past morning. With them throwing these bricks off of overpasses onto law enforcement that are marching down below. I mean, a brick like that smacking you in the head, that should be responded back to with deadly force, in my opinion.
Well, apparently they had every right to do so, but they restrained themselves. As what I was listening to the Fox affiliate that was down there covering that. They said they had several times that they could have responded with force, and then they decided, nope, we're not going to do that, because all it takes is one fired bullet, one individual dying, and then they'll blow it completely, just out of proportion.
Okay.
And they were throwing fireworks at the police, at whoever was up in the front lines, and they had a Fox reporter out there, and they said, well, those were industrial grade fireworks that they were throwing, and they were throwing them underneath the cars, but they were getting thrown from behind the group of people that were actually marching and protesting. It was like, well, those are your instigators right there. they've got a network of radios and codes, and they're using different apps, letting them know, hey, the police are here. Let's move around. But I mean, one of those industrial grade fireworks, who's to say they didn't actually get something stronger than that, and it blows one of them damn cars up, and it hurts several officers in the process. What are we going to do then?
So that was right along the lines of what I was thinking. You said, well, the police are restraining themselves. Do we have to wait and sacrifice an officer or two before they actually begin to respond in form?
Yeah. So and I tell you what, all I can say is if that nonsense came to my house, I would respond in kind. And I asked our terminal manager, since I'm going to Phoenix, and that's kind of, only a couple of 100 miles away from L.A., and I'm sure the sentiment is about the same in Phoenix as it is anywhere else. What do I do in case I have a group of people that shut down an interstate and come up onto the tractor? Do I let them have it? Because my opinion is if I step out of the truck, I'm going to get hurt. And if I have hazardous materials on the trailer, well, I don't want them getting that. And he says, well, the tractor, trailer, and the product we can replace, but your personal safety, you act in what you deem the best action to be. Like, boy, I'll tell you what, that gives me a lot of latitude to get in trouble. Because if they, come up here and start breaking windows, I will be just
you make the
stepping
decision,
on the gas and
right?
getting going.
Keep on rolling, right? I mean, I know that's what the Grump would say. You get your ass in front of my truck, you're going to get run over. You either move or you run the. And that is the tough decisions, and I fear that. Many drivers may have to be making decisions like that in the coming days. He mentioned Dallas, and so I guess this all had just unfolded in recent hours. Protesters gathering in Dallas expressing solidarity and support for the Los Angeles undocumented immigrants. Subject to stepped-up activity by ICE in recent days, events started about 7 o'clock this past evening at the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge on the edge of downtown Dallas. Started off peacefully but took a turn when marchers hit the streets and were confronted by Dallas police. Shortly before 10 p.m. Central, police announced to the crowd that participants had to leave or arrests were going to begin. People in the crowd chanting, "ICE, ICE, shut it down, unite and fight for immigrant rights," waving their signs, including a sign that said, "Immigrants built this nation." What started as a mostly peaceful gathering shifted when scattered skirmishes with Dallas police occurred as the sun went down. It's the status quo with these protesters. Around 11 p.m., officers had corralled a small group of protesters who remained at the site into the nearby park before the demonstration ultimately dispersed. It appeared that at least one was detained during the rally, and there were a handful of reports of participants being pepper sprayed. Senior pastor at the Christian Chapel Temple of Faith in North Dallas said he was compelled to attend the Monday protest after seeing the violence that resulted in L.A. As the rally grew tense and Dallas police began to mobilize with shields for better crowd control, Ford said he tried to get a few individuals to back up when an officer pepper sprayed him. An officer came up, out of control, started pushing. Pulled out his baton, his pepper spray. I put my hands up and said, "Officer, I'm not a threat." And he began to pepper spray. Before the confrontations with police, though, the order of the day at the Dallas rally was, they say, showing solidarity with the Los Angeles protesters. So are we going to begin, I guess, adding One city after another. Onto the list here.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, let's jump over to the inbred redneck.
Well, you know, big buddy.
Long time no talk. How you been?
I've been all right, buddy. I've been on vacation and stuff, you know. But I was at the Southern Command Center in Florida today and signs. I got a sign from God, buddy. Let me tell you about it. I went to this little sketchy gas station, was using the bathroom. I looked over, and there was a cockroach on the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, daggone, I looked on the other wall, there was another cockroach on the other wall. And the more I kept looking, the more cockroaches I seen. And then all of a sudden, they started flying at me, and they hit me. So it was a sign. I'm on my way home now. I'm going back to Kentucky. I don't need them daggone Florida cockroaches no more. So, yeah. Maybe I'll try it back in the winter, but I do have something really serious I need to talk about here, Steve.
Okay.
Now, I've been watching all this stuff on the satellite TV with the LA riots and everything else, and I have an announcement. Now, if any of you crazy people try to start up some Immigrant Lives Matter or Illegal Lives Matter or Mexican Lives Matter, I have all of those copyrighted. I have learned from the past, and I will use every lawyer I can get a hold of to sue you if you get a big bunch of money from some crazy endowment or something. So everybody's warned now. It's officially a public statement. So, yeah, hopefully these people will learn. But yeah, it's pure craziness going on out there, buddy.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. And, I mean, in November, we all had our choice, and I think I would have handled things differently. I know I would have, Steve. You know, I would have been compromised, and hey, maybe it ain't so bad if illegal immigrants, undocumented workers, stay here in the U.S., Steve. My compromise is, sure, they can work, but they're going to work for half price. And how's this going to help the government? Well, my other compromise would be, we got to double the taxes on any illegal worker. We've got to make it to where it is not worth them being here.
So in a
send a message.
roundabout way, they'd be working for nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. About way I figured about $3.50 an hour. You know, so
and with the,
I'm sure it's better than they came from, right?
Well, but with the price of a Happy Meal these days, I don't know. You work half a day for a cheeseburger and a small fry, right? Hold that thought.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They unlawfully invoked a law that's intended to prevent an invasion by a foreign nation.
President Trump says he would arrest California Governor Gavin Newsom. The state's Attorney General Rob Bonta is commenting on the feud between the two.
It's just more talk, more bluff, more bluster, more threats. It's what they do, what they say. Mr. Homan has said similar things. So has Mr. Trump.
Today, a reporter had asked if Border Czar Tom Homan should arrest Newsom over the anti-ICE demonstrations in L.A.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
Newsom called Trump's comments a sign of authoritarianism and announced a lawsuit against the White House for federalizing the California National Guard. Trump is dismissing that lawsuit, saying he had no choice, noting cars burning and people rioting. He adds that the crime Newsom committed was running for governor. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to allow the dismantling of the Department of Education. This request comes after a lower court blocked the administration's attempts.
The administration was ordered by a federal judge last month to reinstate almost 1,400 workers who had been laid off. Solicitor General D. John Sowers said in the new application, each day this preliminary injunction remains in effect subjects the executive branch to judicial micromanagement of its day-to-day operations. Getting rid of the Department of Education was one of Trump's key campaign promises. John Summers, USA Radio News.
ABC News has suspended senior national correspondent Terry Moran following a social media post criticizing President Trump and top aide Stephen Miller.
Moran called Trump and Miller world-class haters in the since-deleted post, saying Miller is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred, while Trump's hatred is only the means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. An ABC News spokesperson said in a statement Moran had been suspended, saying ABC News stands for objectivity and impartiality in its news coverage. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The best way to prevent the spread of measles is through vaccination.
The number of measles cases in the U.S. is nearing a 30-year high.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said there are now over 1,100 confirmed cases of measles across 33 states. CDC data shows only a total of 258 cases in the U.S. last year. The rate of measles cases is on track to exceed the 1,200-plus cases seen in 2019. Federal health officials say 95% of this year's confirmed cases are in people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Hunter Biden dropped a lawsuit against Fox News on Friday that accused the network of unlawfully airing sexually explicit images of him.
It's the second lawsuit he's filed and then voluntarily dismissed against Fox News. The suits followed a 2022 digital miniseries that featured an exaggerated mock trial against Hunter Biden about his overseas financial dealings. Lawyers for the former president's son claimed Fox News violated revenge porn laws and defamed him. He did not explain in court filings why the case was dropped. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Yo! Hey, Dad! You are the best dad ever.
Thanks, Dad. People are expected to spend around $24 billion this year on Father's Day.
That would be a record amount, according to the National Retail Federation, up more than 7% from last year. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way this year on June 15th. Average spending is expected to come in at just under $200. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
So we know activities have already begun. Yeah, we saw some Dallas, Texas this past evening, just a matter of hours ago. Shorty just shared a headline out of the Sunshine State. Leftist groups in Florida promising to take to the streets in solidarity with Los Angeles, where rioters are burning the American flag, waving the Mexican flag, targeting officers, destroying police vehicles, looting, and more. A post shared in collaboration among Occupy Florida. All right. Several other groups, Resistance Support, the Florida Valkyries, and Voices of Florida, previewing plans for a rapid response protest in front of Tampa City Hall. We're taking to the streets in solidarity with Los Angeles. No more ICE raids, not in Florida, not anymore. Now it says we expect law enforcement to be present. We cannot guarantee anyone's personal safety or security of property. We cannot guarantee arrests will not occur. Protesters are committed to non-violence, but we can't predict how police may respond. Kind of preemptively placing the blame on police. Yeah, notably, these leftist organizers made absolutely no mention of the reality of who ICE has been dealing with or arresting, particularly in L.A. Of course, we just shared here a few moments ago, Homan talking about murderers, child predators. These are the kind of individuals being taken off the streets. But, well, speaking of Florida, what's the word on the street in your neck of the woods there, Philip?
Ain't no word on the street on where I'm going. You know, I just find it funny you said Tampa. I wonder if they'll do that in Miami, Steve. What do you think?
Oh, I mean, my understanding was that Florida had really, is a strong, much more conservative, solid red state now. I don't know how many. I mean, are they rounding up illegals down there, like they are elsewhere?
Absolutely. Yep. And I can tell you this right now, if anybody wants to do that mess down here, and I said it that way, that mess, I don't know if you guys remember, back when they had the George Floyd incident and all that, Governor DeSantis put a law into effect that if you destroy human life or public property, you butts going to jail. Do you remember when they enacted that, Steve, down here? When they had all the protests and all that Black Lives Matter and everything, he enacted a law down here. There's a law against it down here. So I just don't know. I'm kind of like with you, Steve. Criminal intent. What's the definition of it? If I see somebody out there burning a car, is that criminal intent?
Mm-hmm.
That's criminal intent.
Absolutely.
You know, you ask Pappy. He's a law enforcement officer. I mean, criminal intent means your butt's getting taken down. I mean, that's just the way it works. You know, destroying people's property. The one thing that I can't understand about all this stuff, Steve, every time some of this kind of stuff happens, there's always looting. Well, now stealing somebody's stuff, what's that equate to? Criminal intent. You know? So, I mean, that's what it is, right?
Yep, absolutely.
You're caught. Yeah, I mean that's and my big thing with it is a lot of folks don't understand is we in America do not take accountability for our actions, and that's what you have to do. You have to take accountability for your actions. I'm sorry, you know, that's the way it is. I mean, out in California, how we saw these fires out there, and we don't know what we're going to do. Well, instead of suing around and mustering it, take accountability and say, hey, let's get this fixed. You know what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine how much money it costs right now and for those folks in California, just having those guys standing out there with their shields and their helmets and their batons and all this stuff, standing out there in a hot sun to keep somebody back from going into a building. Think about how much it costs. Think about how much it costs to put the Marines over there to it. Okay, sure, they're close. They're 29 Palms. But think about the money. That it costs money to move them people over there. You know what I mean, Steve?
Mobilizing
Do we
the
need
equipment,
to waste any more money like that?
mobilizing the personnel, and then you got 4,100 National Guard on top of that. Yes,
Absolutely. You know, it costs money to do this. I'm sorry, it sucks, folks. It's just part of the deal. We got to look at it from that concept. You know, Elon was talking about all this waste and stuff with the government. Well, there you go. Well, there's just more waste right there on top of it. And it's also deterring those folks from being utilized in another situation that they could be used in other deals. You have law enforcement officers that are holding back a protest. Who's protecting the streets, Steve? That limits the number of cops that are out there actually trying to help people.
Right.
That when a problem arises. I mean, come on, wake up. You know? And that's the thing that grabs me about it, you know? But we'll see how it plays down here. And as far as jamming up the interstate, President Trump should be stepping up into that no matter what, because they're stopping federal commerce. Okay, when you go out on the interstate and you cause a protest or you throw a brick on a car or something, that's you're stopping interstate commerce. That's federal. That's not state or local. That's federal. These interstates are federal. Okay, you want to go ahead and do it, go for it. That's when the National Guard. And see, I don't think that's where Newsom and a lot of those guys think about it. You know, there's certain things in their states that are federally governed. You know, I mean, has anybody looked at that, Steve? So,
I don't think.
Did you hear, Steve, that they moved the? Go ahead.
I don't think the protesters really care. I mean, with the law that's in place there in Florida, was it successful in preventing the rioters a couple of years ago, or did they come out anyway?
I'll ask you this much. When the George Floyd stuff happened, all that Minnesota stuff happened, did you hear anything down here happening?
Nothing jumps out. Nothing jumps out in the back of my mind. Nothing rings a bell. So I guess things were a bit quieter then.
There you go. There you go. That's the thing, you know. And you're talking in your article there was only one town that was mentioned. That was Tampa. All right, folks. And that's the only town that's been mentioned in the deal. This is first of my knowledge hearing it from y'all tonight anyway, Stephen. I'll go and look at it. I'll go do my usual research thing and look at things. And by the way, somebody brought up on the show last night about, does the president have to have a military background, or be in the military before they're elected?
Right.
No, they don't. I looked at the requirements for the president. The president has to be 35 years or older, has to be a naturalized citizen, which means born in America or naturalized in a family in America. Okay? And you have to have residency for at least 14 years. Don't matter if you're male, female, race, whatever. That's what the guidelines are. That's there. So, and I think the last time that anything has went down with the National Guard, from what I'm understanding, was in the 60s with President Johnson. I think it was 65, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know. I think that's off the top of my head. I'm not sure. Did y'all do any research on that, Steve?
I didn't do any digging. I thought earlier I had a story where I think it was at George H.W. Activated troops there in Los Angeles back. That was the Rodney King riots. I think, was it 92?
Yeah, but that was the point that everybody's bringing out about it is the state of California said, sure, bring them on in. This time, the Newsom and them guys are getting all tore up because Trump went and just did it. You know, and that's the same thing that happened in '65 with the riots in Alabama, and that's what everybody's getting upset about. But I'm not getting upset about it because you got to look at it this way: there are things out there that the government has the right to do, and that is one of them. All right, if you're tearing up crap and you're stealing stuff, and you're causing bodily harm to somebody. And I mean bodily harm to somebody. You know, even if you're firing there, you're making it to where law enforcement is trying to keep it down with pepper spray and rubber bullets, and it's still going. You know, dude, come on. That's causing bodily harm. You're making it, and burning up a cop car ain't gonna solve nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're just gonna make it to where somebody's gonna have to pay to have another cop car, buy another car. You know, and get that one out of the way. And by the way, the inbred there. Hey, dude, you said you were in Florida and you saw cockroaches. If they were outside, we call them palmetto bugs. Okay, that's what they are. They're palmetto bugs.
They're big old critters too.
Yeah, they are. And you know what? Them things hang out there with the red bugs, and the red bugs are underneath the palmettos. And if you don't know what a palmetto is, it's a palm tree that's on the ground. Okay, you know, you see these palm trees that grow up and real tall and stuff. Mm-hmm. That's fancy. You know, the Sirius Floridian lives out here by the palmettos. They're the ones that lay down on the ground. So, but anyway, on the SpaceX launch, it got canceled today. It's going to be moved till tomorrow, Steve.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that. So I'm not sure on the timing of it. I heard it was moved, and we'll just see how that goes, and we'll just have to see how it goes down here with all these riots and stuff. You know, I don't know. It's just funny how things happen when, you know, we got to go in and loot and burn and all this stuff. Dude, you can get your point across without killing somebody or causing, destruction on people's physical property. So,
right.
Y'all have a good day. I appreciate y'all having me. Everybody be safe.
It's just, what do they call it? Anytime these sort of activities get underway, you've got that element of society that said, hey, look, it's time to go shopping for free. Due to all that's going on around us, hey, everything's free game. Let's go down to the shoe store, steal 100 pair of Nikes. Yeah, then we can sell them on the internet, sell them on the black market. Yeah, everything's for free. The pharmacies, you name it. We've seen it, been there, done that. Nothing is sacred. Destroying their own town, destroying the stores that they would otherwise depend on, many of which ultimately shutter permanently after events like this. Because when you have somebody brought it up last evening, as far as like insurance is concerned. Yeah, there are riders and waivers in most insurance policies. If your vehicle gets destroyed in a riot or a public insurrection, it's not covered. Yeah, sorry about your luck, but it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
There he is. What's going on, Pappy? Good morning.
Steve, let me ask you a question. And let me throw this hypothesis to you. You got a family that lives across the street from you, has a couple kids, and there's another family that lives across the street, has a couple kids. The one that lives on the one side, Steve, they let the kids run rampant. They're never disciplined for anything. The other side of the street, kids are raised right. They get disciplined for stuff. When they're 2 years old and they try to stick their finger in the light socket. Mm-hmm. Or when they're teenagers and they get caught throwing eggs at a house. You know, they're not disciplined, Steve. They're going to do what they want. There's no discipline for their actions, and that's what's going on here. Steve, if you ever notice, these riots break out in these democratic cities with these George Soros funded prosecutors that aren't going to prosecute these people. There's going to be no consequences for their actions, and they know it. Now, with that said, Trump's kind of turning the tables by sending the federal troops in. I posted a video on Facebook. I didn't catch the whole thing, but I was watching Fox there for a little while. And they had federal, you can tell the difference between the federal troops and the locals in LAPD. But anyway, they had federal troops standing around. It was probably a federal building. I don't know what it was. Mm-hmm. They're all lined up. And there's a group on the other side of the street. And they were taunting them, like they do. And there was this one guy wearing a yellow jacket. And they panned back over to the federal troops. And there was a rock that was thrown. And it hit the ground, Then they panned back over to the group. You couldn't really see who threw it. But that guy in the yellow shirt, wearing this yellow windbreaker, was up front. About 20 minutes later, the federal troops came down across the street, kind of told the LAPD, make a hole, we're going through. And they snatched that dude up in that yellow windbreaker. He's looking at federal patrol. He's probably the one who threw that daggone rock. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you something, Steve. I know this for a fact that the intel that goes on during these riots, okay? You got surveillance being done. You got people being videoed. They know who the instigators are. They are being videotaped, whether their faces, the guy, if they took this guy into custody with the yellow windbreaker, they got him on the ground. When they stood him up, he had like this plastic clown mask on. They ripped that right off his.
All right, did we lose Pappy? Are you still there? All right, looks like he cut out. I'm not sure. I did see the video he had shared in regard to that particular individual. Yeah, somewhere out there, they knew, probably via the surveillance. I saw another video where they brought in what they call the robo-dog. They've got these robotic dogs now, and I've seen them in action, but they've got facial recognition technology built into the robo-dog. Now, let me quickly, I see that Rainmaker checks in this morning. He says, good morning, Steve. Checking in from New Hampshire. I have returned back to America on April 27. I wanted to get some medical treatment for my epilepsy and see about a few other issues. But I'm wishing I hadn't come back. America's got worse since I left 4 years ago to go to Thailand. Yeah, Obama health care, new laws were supposed to improve health care. Health care has turned into a nightmare. Yeah, trying to get an appointment with the specialist is more like being in Canada. Yeah, having a long wait time to see him. And, of course, the illegals Biden brought into the country, they're everywhere, even in small towns. The homeless people, very bad here in Keene, New Hampshire. Drugs everywhere. Anyway, I woke up tonight, can't sleep. It looks like our country's close to being in a civil war. All right. Good to have you back with us. And, yeah, like I see you were kind of wondered if we could see your texts there. Yeah, we got you on board there, Rainmaker. Welcome back. Hopefully they can do you some good there when it comes to your health care. That's what he specifically had come back for. Meanwhile, all right, news break coming up here. It looks like Pappy was able to get back on board. I'm not sure if he just lost connection or what the case was, but we'll get to Pappy Eagle checking in. Hey, there's Horse Feathers will be checking in on a hump day eve, right? I've got to wait another day for that. And okay. And meanwhile, it's 844-3388. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests regarding ICE policies and actions continue to happen around the nation. California Governor Gavin Newsom says it's time for President Trump to be a commander-in-chief.
And I will have your back if you want to work in a relationship of trust and truth in the spirit of our founding fathers. But you come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Hundreds of protesters faced off with riot gear wearing San Francisco police officers on Sunday. 2 officers were injured. Over 100 people, including juveniles, were arrested. Demonstrators had gathered outside the Immigration Service building in San Francisco to rally against ICE raids and deportations, which are happening across the country. Police officers were called in to try and disperse the crowds.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost a point. The S&P 500 rose 5 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 61. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. And hello to Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, who says, good morning, Steve, 73 degrees. Clear skies in Follett, Texas tonight. Getting ready to load the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north for a high-speed trip to the corn patch. It is one day closer to the greatest day of the week. That day, I put the spurs to it and head to the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri to hang out with the hot blonde wife. Hey, a special one-night-only Lone Star shout-out to Philly Dan from Parks Livestock of Texas. And good morning, Cripshot in the house. Good to have you with us as well. Morning, Steve. I mentioned, all right, Pappy back on board. You just kind of disappeared like flipping a light switch. Welcome back.
Yeah, it was like last night. Maybe they hacked my phone, Steve. When I start running my mouth, they just shut me off. Right?
Right?
Either that or I need a new phone. I don't know. But no consequences. Listen, I also posted this. I just don't care anymore, Steve. Listen, man, that video of the officers walking underneath the overpass and rocks.
Big rocks.
Big rocks
big rocks
being thrown over.
Yep.
that is justification to use deadly force against them people, Steve. That's end of story, full stop. And my post was, if you're not willing to engage with deadly force, then pull out. It's one of the two. Listen, these people want a civil war, right? That's what they want. And we are being so restrained to keep that from happening. The result of it, of restraining ourselves like this, is going to get somebody killed and probably a police officer. So it's one of the two. You got to be willing to do it, or pull out and just let all hell break loose. Let California be California.
And let Gavin Newsom handle it himself, since he thinks he could do a better job? Or
Yep. Let him deal with it. Sad to say. I mean, you just wish that you could do some things that you just can't. You just wish in your head. Build a wall around California. Let them have it. Don't let nobody in or out. You can't. Fortunately, you can't do that. Steve, the bottom line, we've been talking about this, how these immigrants even got here in the first place. These are all non-government organizations being funded by our taxpayers' money. They were talking about it on one of the shows on Fox. All this George Soros monies too. He donates a couple $1 million to these NGOs, and what happens? The federal government gives billions of dollars to these NGOs that are funding this stuff. That's a fact. So you got to cut the head off the snake, stop this funding, stop taking our taxpayers' money and funding these organizations that are coordinating this stuff. I mean, who pays to get these pallets of bricks and get them stashed there?
Yep.
Who's paying for all this? Who's paying for the apps, all this undercover? I think Heatwave was talking about it. That's how they communicate, through these underground apps and all this stuff. The government knows this. So you got to cut off the money. I was told by somebody, I was told by somebody, they know for a fact that these, when we talk about paid agitators, Steve, they are literally getting paid, depending on your rank in Antifa, right? Depending on your rank, as you build your rank up, there are some of them getting paid $1,000 a day to show up in these places. So there's the problem. When you don't prosecute people committing these crimes, if you don't discipline your kids when they're younger, they're going to run rampant. The fear is Steve, we talked about these false flags, right? Beware these false flags. That's going to start a civil war. This is the Democrats' false flag. They've been running around paying the local news media, paying CNN, MSNBC to start the narrative that they're arresting little grandmas and non-criminals. That's who ICE is going after. That started the narrative. I'm telling you right now, Steve, I called my daughter out in L.A., and she said she was in support of these people, Steve. It's before all the hell broke loose. Not in support of that, but she was like, Dad, they're arresting the non-criminals. Just, hon, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, hon. Dad, they're just people trying to better themselves. Okay, all the people just trying to better themselves are out there on the streets now. One of the first things I posted was, I never thought I would see the day when Americans would support the criminal attacks on their own citizens. even Hispanics, why would you support the deportation of crimes being committed against your own people? But they're being fed the wrong narrative. And that's the left. That's the left for us. And sooner or later, Steve, I don't know, man. I heard there was some little outbreaks out in New York, too. Now you're talking Dallas. And look, these are Democrat-held cities that aren't going to prosecute anybody. Now, I'm telling you right now, that dude in the yellow windbreaker, the federal agent snatched his butt up. He's in trouble. He's in deep trouble. They're going to get him out of there, and they're going to charge him federally with a felonious assault on a police officer. It's a felony, too. I think it's in the state of Ohio, Steve, it's a mandatory 10 years.
Okay.
If you're lucky, you're only going to do 10 years.
And supposedly,
there was a video you posted. It was part of.
We've all seen the video,
you posted.
Where you had, remember the vehicle, the convoy of vehicles, where you had the one guy on the side of the road being filmed throwing bricks, rocks at one passing vehicle after another. Apparently, Attorney General Bondi said that they know they've identified the individual. There is an arrest warrant out for him. And so what's he going to be facing? Because he was the one that, several windshields broken out as these cars are passing him by. Those are all federal vehicles, right?
Steve. Yes, Steve. Listen, how many times have we heard about kids standing on an overpass throwing rocks over an overpass?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And if somebody dies as a result, what do they get charged with? Attempted murder? When he gets snatched up and charged, and if convicted, he's looking at a felonious assault charge.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only use the state charge here in Ohio. It's what I'm familiar with. What the actual definition is of the federal law, I don't know. But in the state of Ohio, felonious assault is cause or attempt to cause serious physical harm by means of a deadly weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That rock becomes a deadly weapon. You bash somebody's skull in with a baseball bat, that baseball bat is a deadly weapon. It doesn't have to be a firearm. Anything capable of inflicting death. So I don't know, Steve. I think this is the false flag they've been looking for. They knew for weeks, several weeks, that ICE was going to come into California.
Sure.
They knew it because Trump told them he was. And they set this all up. They had weeks to set this up. When ICE comes in here and starts making arrests, this is what we're going to do. This is the narrative we're going to put out. And all help us, we're going to break loose. And hopefully we'll get our little civil war.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep messing around. You keep poking the bear going to wake up and they're going to get their wish. And it ain't going to end good for them. And it's not going to end up good for us either. Because once you go down that road, there's no turning back. It's the last thing anybody wants. I understand why they're trying to restrain themselves. But you cannot have rocks being thrown at police officers and not respond to it. How can you ask these men to go stand on that line?
Right.
Put their lives in danger like that, not be able to protect yourself. And the stress that these cops are going through, Steve, I'm telling you, I've been there, man. We had too many riots right here where we live. You know what it's like. And the overtime, like Philip was saying too. Stop their funding. Just cut off all federal funding to California. Stop paying for the fires. Cut off all federal funding. You're done. You're not getting another dime. Have a nice day. And with that, I'll say, Steve, have a nice night. I appreciate you taking the call.
All right, Pappy. Yeah, peace out.
enjoy a few more days off here. And it's 844-844-3388. Not quite hump day yet, but what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Well, appears to be some rain showers going on here. Got some thunder, lightning, all kind of north of the Macy-Dixie line here. And looks like there's supposed to be some cells starting to develop south of the Macy-Dixie line somewhere around 4 o'clock there. But, yeah, had good rain all the way up from the state line to York and kind of let off in York a little bit. But from York down to Lancaster, there's still more going on and good light show up in the sky. So there's some definite unsettled atmosphere around here. So, anyways, with all this stuff going on here, out there in California and now Dallas. We talked a little bit about it last week, but we got a whole build-up to this whole Army birthday celebration, Trump's birthday this coming weekend. And
yes.
So I don't know what's going on down here around Washington right now. I haven't heard too much about it, but as we talked just a little bit last week, D.C. is going to be a place to not want to travel to through the week this week with all the preparations going on and everything moving and getting in place and set up and infrastructure being reinforced. And so, it's just use a little caution, try to look ahead a little bit. But if this protesting, supposed protesting, otherwise known as rioting, starts going on around here, we do have the same problem that they have out in California, is that we got all Democratic leadership out here. So, the city of Baltimore, and I'm pretty sure the Washington mayor is still a Democrat, and just be careful. And now we have a Democrat governor in the state of Maryland, so the response from him isn't going to be the same as it was with the Republican Larry Hogan, even though he kind of catered to the Democrats, and he was a never Trumper, but he still was more on the Republican side for us. So, but he's not there anymore. So what we had, we really don't have here for having things being able to be taken care of the way they need to be. And you go one state to the north here to Pennsylvania, and they have a Democrat governor, and their cities are pretty well Democrat run, whether it's Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Philadelphia. Just kind of everybody's kind of got to be on their toes. And of course, then down over to the east of us and to the south of Philly, there is Delaware, and we don't even need to discuss that, do we? But anyways, so yesterday there, I was trying to try to think of more ways there to try to look into doing some fundraising. And, I got to talk to a celebrity yesterday, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah?
You believe that? I actually made a phone call and was able to talk to a celebrity. I got to talk to John Dunlap, the one that does your polling reports.
The NTPA.
From the NTPA.
Yes, sir. Indeed. Yes.
Yep. So I called out there to World Headquarters in Marion, Ohio there, and was able to talk to John, and we got some information of some local polling going on, and going to see if we can get a hold of some of the people in charge of the polling and see if they are interested in doing anything to work a little bit more with Make-A-Wish, because I guess the NTPA is a pretty close hand-in-hand sponsor to help support Make-A-Wish. So
there you go.
We're going to see what we can do here locally with the information we got, and if it's not something for this year, maybe we can get something lined up for next year.
Okay.
So anyways, it's a work in progress, and I wanted to give a big shout out there to John, and thanks for all the help. And I told him how much we enjoyed listening to him and his polling reports, and you know what he told me, Your Honor?
What's that?
He said, I like hearing horse feathers on the radio.
Okay.
Can you imagine that? But anyways, I greatly appreciate it. It's good to talk to him. It's a good down-home person and very, very interested in, community and taking care of people and having a good time and giving great entertainment for the people to have out there, so that, they can, you can have a good place to go spend your hard-earned money and try to get some value out of it. So, but anyways, I guess other than that, we got the wipers on, and we're just waiting to see how bad it's going to get, and maybe these cells will pass. And again, we got to have at least clear on Friday, but no rain on Thursday be even better, because that give the grass a little time to dry out there, and because we don't want to be having the horses wearing snorkels and scuba gear there and having to play water polo instead of regular polo.
Bingo.
So, all right, very good. With that, Your Honor, we'll let you go out there and do your due diligence.
All right, thank you much there, Horse Feathers. And speaking of John Dunlap, coming up, we got a brand new update coming your way. Following the news update, top of the hour, and it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, let's see if Eagle is up and at 'em. Here on a Tuesday morning. What do you say, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Hey, before I get started, Steve, man, and one thing I like about your show, you have people on your show that are not just only truck drivers. You got different views coming in from, other people that don't drive trucks. You don't have to drive a truck to call your show. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason why I want to get this guy. I want to give this guy a compliment. He's complimented me in the past, and I respect it because it has a lot to do with what I was gonna say tonight. I'm glad you put him on before you put me on, and that's Pappy up there in Cincinnati, where you at. I've been listening to him for a long time, even when you was on the other station, WLW, or whatever the hell, or KRP, whatever the hell that station was called that you was on.
All right.
Pappy been calling in for a long time. He been calling in for a long time, and I appreciate the police perspective on this situation. Man, that's actually been in the scene. I can give my views about truck driving, on your show because I've been doing it for a long time. But Pappy can give his views on what's going down in L.A. with the police point of view of this whole deal. Mm-hmm. And I like what this man is saying because he's a veteran of the police force and he knows what the hell he's talking about. And that's why I said what I said last night, Steve. And apparently the LA Police Department listened to what I had to say, and other people because they did what they should have done a couple nights ago. I listened to it tonight when I was driving on Sirius Satellite Radio, Fox. They shut that thing down, just like I told you last night. When it even looked like it's getting dark outside, Steve, that's when the police made they move, and they got them losers and those paid agitators off because that's what they are. A lot of them, I believe, is Antifa organizations with these black masks on. That they got a bunch of cowards. These guys, like Pappy said, they trying to get a civil war started. That's what these losers want. They tried to do it with George Floyd. They tried to do it when he got killed and it didn't work out. But now they see another opportunity, and they're going to continue because they tried it in Texas where I'm living at, where I live at, Steve, in Dallas. And I just seen a video a few minutes ago. Austin, Texas had a disturbance tonight, these same losers. So they're gonna be hitting cities all over the United States, these paid agitators. They don't give a damn. The reason why I know they don't give a damn about these immigrants, Steve, is the whole thing doesn't make sense. Is that you're out in the streets protesting that you want to stay in America, but yet you got a Mexico flag. You got a Mexico flag in your hand, but you saying that you want to continue living in the U.S., but you flying the flag of Mexico. Makes no sense. It would seem to me, Steve. Let me ask you a simple question. Wouldn't it seem to you if you wanted to continue living in the U.S., wouldn't you be out in the street with a U.S. flag in your hand? Just answer that simple question.
I would say 100%. You know, that's and sadly even worse. And you mentioned that last evening. You got some of these SOBs actually burning the American flag, burning numerous American flags. But we have to pause there. We close out another hour. Hey, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They unlawfully invoked a law that's intended to prevent an invasion by a foreign nation.
President Trump says he would arrest California Governor Gavin Newsom. The state's Attorney General Rob Bonta is commenting on the feud between the two.
It's just more talk, more bluff, more bluster, more threats. It's what they do, what they say. Mr. Homan has said similar things. So has Mr. Trump.
Today, a reporter had asked if Border Czar Tom Homan should arrest Newsom over the anti-ICE demonstrations in L.A.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
Newsom called Trump's comments a sign of authoritarianism and announced a lawsuit against the White House for federalizing the California National Guard. Trump is dismissing that lawsuit, saying he had no choice, noting cars burning and people rioting. He adds that the crime Newsom committed was running for governor. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to allow the dismantling of the Department of Education. This request comes after a lower court blocked the administration's attempts.
The administration was ordered by a federal judge last month to reinstate almost 1,400 workers who had been laid off. Solicitor General D. John Sowers said in the new application, each day this preliminary injunction remains in effect subjects the executive branch to judicial micromanagement of its day-to-day operations. Getting rid of the Department of Education was one of Trump's key campaign promises. John Summers, USA Radio News.
ABC News has suspended senior national correspondent Terry Moran following a social media post criticizing President Trump and top aide Stephen Miller.
Moran called Trump and Miller world-class haters in the since-deleted post, saying Miller is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred, while Trump's hatred is only the means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. An ABC News spokesperson said in a statement, Moran had been suspended, saying ABC News stands for objectivity and impartiality in its news coverage. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The best way to prevent the spread of measles is through vaccination.
The number of measles cases in the U.S. is nearing a 30-year high.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said there are now over 1,100 confirmed cases of measles across 33 states. CDC data shows only a total of 258 cases in the U.S. last year. The rate of measles cases is on track to exceed the 1,200-plus cases seen in 2019. Federal health officials say 95% of this year's confirmed cases are in people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Hunter Biden dropped a lawsuit against Fox News on Friday that accused the network of unlawfully airing sexually explicit images of him.
It's the second lawsuit he's filed and then voluntarily dismissed against Fox News. The suits followed a 2022 digital miniseries that featured an exaggerated mock trial against Hunter Biden about his overseas financial dealings. Lawyers for the former president's son claimed Fox News violated revenge porn laws and defamed him. He did not explain in court filings why the case was dropped. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Yo! Hey, Dad! You are the best dad ever.
Thanks, Dad.
People are expected to spend around $24 billion this year on Father's Day.
That would be a record amount, according to the National Retail Federation, up more than 7% from last year. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way this year on June 15th. Average spending is expected to come in at just under $200. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Simon wins once from his own driver's seat and twice from a teammate's. Bauer jumps from 5 superchargers to 3 turbochargers with near-instant success. And in Superstock Diesel 4x4, the killer is now a made man. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2025 Grand National Regular Campaign, presented by Case IH, got underway with a few weather worries, but then 2 fine sessions at the 30th Anniversary Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Chris Rackner's Long Haul Harvester has done it again. The International 1466 was first up on a spongy Friday track, and its 279-foot length held to the field of 12. Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister was third and the first ever Galaxy Tour winner. On Saturday, the mechanical woes continued for several contenders, but not for Class Rookie and 13-time Mod Division champ Adam Bauer. His unnamed John Deere stormed to a 42-foot margin over Zach Degenhardt's Diggin' Hard, which was second both nights. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the Simons might plan to deal out $750,000 next weekend. More on that later. But they spent this weekend on the other side of the pay window. On Friday, Brandon Simon and his former ride, Loud and Heavy, now owned by 2-time defending champ Brent Meyer, topped a 13-tractor roster by passing Rob Russell's Workhorse by 10 feet late in the game. On Saturday, Simon cleared his own Loud and Heavy X by 12 feet aboard Myers Deere to leave the rest of the division with a hill to climb. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, the Session 1 track woes affected this startup class as well, but the truck named Trump overcame. 2-time titleist Shane Kellogg stayed calm and carried on to a win over first-year driver Marshall DeBrew and Flammable. Those two sit 1-2 in the standings, despite the Session 2 accomplishment of defending champion Craig Dickey and his Cummins Killer 3, winning their first Grand National class. Welcome to the club, Craig. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, Pat Island reported from the winner's circle that he was very close to leaving his just passing through in class in the shed this year. He reconsidered a week ago and brought the Deep Blue Pete to his close-to-home event. And after just changing the oil, Island swept the weekend with authority. Ryan DeBrew is playing with fire, and Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes were the runners-up. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, Adam Kester is out for vengeance. He put 3 minis in the 20-plus tractor lineup both nights, and here's how he did. 1st, 4th, 11th, 2nd, 7th, 8th. He very nearly doubled up with Footloose until Abby Leichner's Bobcat Jr. edged him by a yard deep into the night on Saturday. Mason Theobald was third on night 2 with Wicked in his second ever pass in the division. And in Modify, fit this hometown hero with a cape. It all came together for Doug Christensen and his dad's Pack Rat 4 with a bolt from the blue 333-foot pass. The stunning victory was owed as much to the elder Christensen's experience as to the found power over the winner, and Doug drove it brilliantly for his first win in GN Mod, 15 miles from home. Brandon Simon's 2023 champ Simon Says was the Session 2 winner, while Brett Berg's Rink Seed Moneymaker was top 3 both nights. The GN Point Circuit takes a 2-week hiatus, but the pulling world will be fixated on Farley, Iowa for the $750,000 Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway, June 12th through the 14th. Heat classes on Thursday and Friday will qualify competitors for a Saturday finals that will award $50,000 to each of 6 class winners. Visit 300raceway.com or the Farley Nationals Facebook page to find out more. Stream it on fullpole.live and check ntpapull.com for the class lineups and results. And don't miss regional action in Northwest Ohio at the Paulding County Fair, Friday night, June 13th. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There you go, right on cue. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Pulling season underway. Where they say we're going to be this weekend, let me see, 12th to the 14th. The Farley Nationals, they're in Iowa. Hey, as we get another hour underway, welcome back, Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, Steve. Like I said, I was getting back to Pappy right quick. Yeah, you do a hell of a job, and you do a hell of a job, too, with your experience on the radio. We've been talking a long time, about these type of incidents, Steve, going all the way back to the Mike Brown, St. Louis, and George Floyd's and all that. We don't talk about all that. But this one here is, you can clearly see that this one here, Steve, you know, if you listen to CNN, man, it's really embarrassing, Steve, you know, because I got the satellite radio in my truck, and I'm, you know, like, you know how I feel about CNN. It's a bogus organization, and a television, I wish they were disconnected. But I just happened to tune in today while I was driving. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve. They're saying that on CNN, you already heard the story. They're saying that Donald Trump he interrupted, that Gavin Newsom and the mayor had things under control in California, even though cars were being set on fire, rocks were being thrown at officers, which is like Pappy said, which means you can use deadly force. Because I don't think Gavin Newsom or the mayor would want somebody throwing a brick at them or a rock at them. I wonder how they feel if somebody threw a brick at him. But these people are just so stupid, Steve. You know, for Gavin Newsom, now he got the nerve. I don't understand even why they waste their time on the paperwork talking about he got the nerve to say he want to file a lawsuit against Donald Trump. But and that's going to go absolutely nowhere. If I was Donald Trump, I would have told him the same thing I told that mayor, that woman up there in Maine, when Trump said, "Well, I'll meet you in court. I'll see you in court." That's what he should have told Gavin Newsom when he said that he was going to try to put a lawsuit. I said, "Okay, I'll see you in court, Gavin Newsom, you loser." And like I say, this guy here is an embarrassment. He is incompetent. You know, they asked him, why? What would be a good reason to have Gavin Newsom arrested? And that's the good reason is because he's the governor of California. That's good enough reason to get him the hell out of there, because this guy is a despicable, Steve. And just people that call themselves American like me, Steve, they shouldn't even be able to go to sleep at night knowing that this man could possibly be the president of the United States of America in 2028. That's what's really scary about the whole deal. You think Joe Biden 4 years in the White House was a complete joke and embarrassment? Let Gavin Newsom get in there, and you'll see what's going down in California. Just like I told you last night, will be going down in the USA. This guy here is when he puts the L in the word loser, Steve. This guy is despicable. He makes me sick. And the only person that's worse than him is the mayor that's out there. They damn near let the whole state burn down to the ground. If Trump wouldn't have stepped in, they didn't even have no water in the fire hydrants to fight a damn fire, Steve. These two are the most incompetent people that's ever been associated with any state in America. They're an embarrassment. And if they had any pride in themselves, Steve, if either one of them had pride in it, they resign and walk the hell out of the state of California in disgrace, never to be seen again if they had any pride about themselves. But they ain't even got that. They ain't even got the pride to do that. So here's what needs to be done, Steve. Just like Pappy said and a whole bunch of other people said. Since they say that they don't need the help of Donald Trump and his administration, okay, Mr. Newsom, well, we'll do you a favor. We'll do just that. So that means that we're not giving you not another damn dime of federal funding, brother. You figure out how to take care of California. You figure out how to take care of all them immigrants that you love so much. You figure out how to get them fires turned out when they burn up. When them fires start this year, you figure out how to pay for all that, Mr. Newsom, and don't even think about picking up the phone and calling Washington D.C. asking for help, brother. Since you say you don't need Trump's help or nobody else's help with the Trump administration, we'll do just that. You won't receive no more help as long as Donald Trump is the president. Because see, I'm fed up. I told you years ago about California, Steve. I'm fed up with California. I don't give a damn if I ever step foot in California again. The company I drive for, they don't go to California. Guess what? I don't go to California. They starve to death for all I'm concerned. If Eagle got something to do with it, they'll never receive another load of freight in there, because I promise you, I won't be driving the trailer that's crossing into the state of California. I promise you that, Steve. They may find some driver to do it, but it won't be Eagle. So the hell with California, and definitely the hell with Gavin Newsom and anybody else that decides to reside there. Because, see, last time I checked, Steve, nobody forced you to live in California. They got U-Haul trucks. They got U-Haul trucks rolling out of California every day, hitting the different destinations. If I lived in California, I'd be at my local U-Haul rental office tomorrow morning renting me out a truck to get the hell out of California. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Thank you much. Have a good morning. All right, there we have it. 15 past the hour. I kind of figured that the activities in California and now beginning to potentially spread elsewhere would kind of dominate our discussions. Horse Feathers mentioned the big parade in the D.C. area slated for this weekend. I'm seeing some of these conspiracy theorists trying to post via social media that this isn't really good. All this military equipment and whatnot being moved into D.C. has nothing to do with the parade. It's Donald Trump setting the stage to declare martial law and lock Washington, D.C. down. Come on, it's the Army's 250th anniversary. They've been talking about this for months and months. It's not something that just occurred since the riot started in L.A., people. It is slated for this Saturday, June 14. It will feature about 24 M1A1 Abrams main battle tanks, which they do say is going to be kind of a test for the streets in the city. The tanks weigh about twice the maximum load limit that's allowed on D.C. streets. The Army's been negotiating with D.C. about using the tanks in the parade. Washington Post reported that a permit to allow the tanks on D.C. streets has not yet been issued. News reports that Army officers' estimated potential damage to streets could run as much as $16 million. The Army plans to use metal plates to shore up the streets, especially at turns along the parade route, where the potential for surface damage would be the highest. The tanks, they say, are also being set up with rubberized track pads to lessen the impact of these lumbering behemoths ripping up the streets. The M1A1 has been in service with the military since 1986. Production stopped in 1992, but many of these tanks are still attached to active duty units. Most of the better than 4,000 Abrams used by Army units have been updated or refurbished. The original service life expectation had originally been up to the year 2021. The parade, though, in D.C. culminates a week-long observance, which is going on, of the Army's 250th anniversary around the Capitol. Then a year's worth of commemorative events around the country will be kicking off. President Trump, along with family members and guests, expected to view the parade from the reviewing stand not far from the White House. Of course, this date is also one the president knows well. June 14 will be Donald Trump's 79th birthday. So there you go. All righty, 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, not exactly sure how much impact this latest cyber attack, or ransomware, I guess is technically what it would be. The food distributor, United Natural Foods Incorporated, has been targeted by a cyber attack that they tell us is currently impacting operations. In a press release this past day, Rhode Island headquartered UNFI said, "We have identified unauthorized activity in our systems. We have proactively taken some systems offline while we investigate." According to the Securities and Exchange Commission filing, UNFI said that the company became aware of the suspected cyber attack on June 5th and noted that the incident has caused and is expected to continue to cause temporary disruptions to the company's business operations. As soon as we discovered the activity, an investigation was initiated with the help of leading forensics experts, and we have notified law enforcement. We're assessing the unauthorized activity and working to restore our systems to safely bring them back online. But as we work through this, our customers, suppliers, and associates are our highest priority. We're working closely with them to minimize disruptions as much as possible anyway. Investigation is ongoing, they said, and it is in the early stages. Now, grocery stores are reporting anticipated impact from missing shipments being caused by the outage. UNFI delivers grocery products to 30,000 locations throughout North America. So I'm not real familiar, but I guess that's a pretty big operation, right? UNFI. All right, Vic joins us here on a Tuesday. Morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I tried to send you that stuff about the Indiana Finance Authority. I couldn't think of the name of that organization. The one thing, I don't know why they basically said they couldn't find the registry, so I sent you another one. Did you get either of those about the Indiana Finance Authority?
Yes, I did. I indeed did. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the point of that is that, and I'm sorry, he was on the OIDA board, and he's from Indiana, and it was at that meeting in Matt's that they had the seminar there. It's also the same place where that woman was talking about where she worked for a training school and was told to basically pass people from Africa, even though they couldn't read, write, or understand English.
Mm-hmm.
But the point of it is, somewhere along the line, the state of Indiana came out and created that. All those people are appointed, and they have the power to issue bonds and do all kinds of things and give grants to different organizations. And at the time that they established that, a little bit of the backstory on that was there were large corporations that were getting economic development grants, and they were saying, well, wait a second, these people are existing businesses, and they can afford to do their own financing of these projects. So, why is the state of Indiana getting involved? And one quick example I'll give you, we had a utility company at Evansville. They just simply wanted to have a riverfront view, and they got an economic development grant to close their their offices that was, I don't know, 6-7 blocks off the river there, to go down and set up an office building where they could get a view of the river there. And they actually tore down a very good high-rise building, one of the best buildings down there, and in order for this utility company to just have a riverfront view. And that was the most egregious example. And then they were shocked that nobody wanted to buy any property or anything that the city had there whose view was blocked by the new utility company building. So anyway, so basically they said, hey, we got to do something. That's when they came up with that finance authority, and they could issue, like I said, they could issue bonds and set up all these different development things. And that's what I was talking about, that's why they needed a Doge here in the state of Indiana. And I don't know about other states or anything. And that's why I mentioned that. And that also was why the reason that Trump and Musk, where that feud came from, I'm not exactly sure, but I think maybe somebody didn't like the successes that Trump was having. And, Elon Musk is autistic. I don't know if I ever read his book or not. He has Asperger's syndrome. He wrote a biography book, and his own biography, and he admits to using drugs, self-medicating to get through what he calls dark episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that's familiar with autistic people, they know that they can be triggered. And I guess when they had that meeting with Musk there, with the cabinet and Trump, just some confusion came up between Musk and the Treasury Secretary Bessent. What triggered it, I don't know, but supposedly Musk kind of body blocked Bessent, and one thing led to another, and other people had to essentially separate them before they came to fisticuffs. And I'm thinking, well, anybody familiar with autism knows that is not unusual when they get triggered for something of that nature to happen. And the other odd part about it is autistic people quite often have a particular trait of one kind or another, and they're especially good at it. And so the deal with Musk, doing what he did, was really not too surprising when you consider his mental health. And this supposes a feud between Trump and Musk. That's pretty much it's Musk's health condition. I guess that's really what's at stake here. But the big thing was Musk just came in, and maybe he has a particular talent for analyzing things.
Mm-hmm. So he just kind of had a bit of a breakdown, kind of, at least for the moment, kind of snapped. Hey, can you hold the thought? We've got to get news break. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests regarding ICE policies and actions continue to happen around the nation. California Governor Gavin Newsom says it's time for President Trump to be a commander-in-chief.
And I will have your back if you want to work in a relationship of trust and truth in the spirit of our founding fathers. But you come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Hundreds of protesters faced off with riot gear wearing San Francisco police officers on Sunday. 2 officers were injured. Over 100 people, including juveniles, were arrested. Demonstrators had gathered outside the Immigration Service building in San Francisco to rally against ICE raids and deportations, which are happening across the country. Police officers were called in to try and disperse the crowds.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost a point. The S&P 500 rose 5 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 61. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, I got a handful of other updates we'll get to coming up here. Lots to cover as we get a new day underway. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, we kind of left off there with Vic talking about Elon Musk. I was not actually familiar with his autism diagnosis, Asperger's or whatever, but yeah, I know that he talked about depression, and you mentioned dark episodes and some of the medications he takes for that. And some folks were kind of questioning, was he addicted? Was it ketamine or something? Was that the one he was taking for like PTSD or something?
Ketamine, he might have been. I think that's what Michael Jackson overdosed on. That's a really strong, usually something Houston surgery and everything.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not that familiar with ketamine being used. It would have, like I said, it could have been, but along with that autism, he would have probably also had some of those what do they call it, attention deficit or hyperactivity type of some of those type of drugs, and I think some of it he was just self-medicating, and so I really haven't read his book, but he wrote a book about it, explained it. So Trump and everybody around him should have been fully aware of it. That NASA gave him contracts, so NASA should have known all that. But so why this is coming up at this particular time, or where this so-called feud even got started, I don't know. But I do know, that oddly enough, whenever his Department of Government Efficiency was looking at everything, I thought they understood that a lot of these emission credits, these so-called carbon credits or whatever, that they really weren't accomplishing what they set out to do, but they were, making a lot of people a lot of money. And that, I was mentioning about how they're trying to get different farmers and everything else, that if they have farmland, one of the oddest things I ever seen, Steve, was they were going to give them emissions credit if they would cut down this forest and put up solar panels. Well, those trees will do more for the environment than those solar panels ever will. I mean, it's just, you just keep seeing one egregious example after another. And essentially, to kind of cut to the chase, Trump had turned things around. They had moved, they had stopped all this border invasion. It got it down to a trickle, and that was cutting the cartels out of a lot of money for human trafficking and one thing and another. They didn't like that, and now, after they set up their criminal empires here within the United States, then all of a sudden ICE comes looking for people and start to deport them. So you can look at and then the success that Trump was having both with Iran and starting with the Hamas situation there in Gaza, and then Iran is like, to me, people that were against Trump and against America, they say, we've got to do something. So what did they do? They went back to their fallback position of starting some sort of a riotous situation, or claiming it's a riotous situation, and they have to take things into their own hands. And to me, all these riots are more about stopping the Trump agenda than anything else. And I think that people that are in government positions, in the states and everything, would actually side with these people, although they're costing these states an awful lot of money and endangering public safety. It's just, I don't know where these politicians are coming from. I don't know if the fact that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz got the nod because back in the summer of love, they supported the Black Lives Matter people. Tim Walz let the situation in Minnesota get totally out of control rather than stepping in. And finally, I think he even asked Trump, or Trump stepped in or sent National Guard troops in there. I forget exactly what it was, but it shouldn't have ever gotten to that point. And the reason I mention that might be why Trump's like, Trump said, I'm not waiting to act this time. I'm going to act now. And all this nonsense about, the president's going to be sued or this or that. First and foremost, it's in the president's oath to protect against foreign, enemy, and domestic. And secondly, there is a long history of government intervening in affairs that goes all the way back to George Washington and the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania, invoking the Insurrection Act. So, and if modern day's time, it's not really modern day now, but the closest thing to it is, look what happened between President Eisenhower and General Edwin H. Walker, because General Walker had basically been demoted from his U.S. Army position in command, and then he came home, became part of the Arkansas National Guard, and then President Eisenhower federalized the Arkansas National Guard to help with integration in Arkansas, and then later on, General Walker intervened in Mississippi and took some people up there when they were going to integrate there, and some federal marshals got shot and one thing and another, and he was prosecuted for inciting to riot. And I don't know if he totally lost all of his rank and everything, but what's going on out there in Los Angeles, it's just another chapter of an old story. And yes, the president does have the right to arrest anybody, that goes against federal authority, and he does have the right to declare martial law in certain instances. And to right now, that would really be a plum in these people that's starting all these riots if they could disrupt the Army's celebration. And that's just kind of an added benefit to it. So, to me, around the world, it's making America look weak. That affects us. And like the deal in Iran, I think we should just tell Iran, you build your nuclear generating plant. We have enough uranium-233 that we're having to destroy it down there at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. They're going through it, and we have enough of that. We have enough fuel rods to be recycled. We can furnish you all the material that you need for a peaceful nuclear plant. So we will guarantee that you build your plant, you will have the material. You don't need to enrich any more uranium. Well, if they refuse that offer, then they want the uranium for a different purpose whatsoever. And when Pete Hegseth moved I think it was the B-2s at one time, and but he moved the bomb. I'll just say he moved the bombers because I'm not sure which one there to that Diego Garcia Island, to where that he could immediately hit the Houthis there in Yemen and open up that Red Sea, the Suez Canal, to where ships don't have to take these big long trips through around the Cape of Good Hope there in Africa and increase transportation costs. That would be a plum in Trump's cap, so to speak, a feather in his cap. And that Russian-Ukraine situation, I don't know how that thing got so totally out of control, but there again, they're going to have to at least open up the Black Sea so that trade can happen over in that part of the world. And then they can sort out whether they want to be a part of EU or a part of Russia or whatever. But the main thing is, I think Trump was working at least to get that to happen. And then all of a sudden, Russia started bombing Ukraine, and Ukraine did that drone strike, which I don't know how they could do that for 18 months, and the CIA or our intelligence apparatus not know about that. But that's a whole another can of worms there. But the riots today to me, are nothing more than a diversionary tactic. And all I can say is that quicker Trump just filed criminal charges against Gavin Newsom and file insurrection charges. And once they file insurrection charges and he's convicted of insurrection, that's the end of his political career, because he can't hold an office after that. So this is one of those cases to where you have to crack down and make a point. And and not only that, here in this country, you have criminal gangs that are assisting some of that. You've mentioned there Pappy, and you've talked about the juvenile delinquents and everything. Anybody that's familiar with the gang stuff and everything, they know that these gangs start recruiting these 8, 9, 10-year-old kids early on, paying them $500 to stand on the street corner and be a lookout. And what do we answer with it? Well, we'll give you midnight basketball. So, that's just a lot of this.
What's your pick? $500 to be part of the gang? Okay. Or midnight basketball. Thank you very much, Vic. As always, have a good morning. All right, back to what would obviously be considered an industry headline. Citing national security concerns, Senator Josh Hawley is asking the Department of Justice to investigate TuSimple. That's the autonomous trucking company that we've been talking a lot about as of late. Running 45, Interstate 45 from Houston to Dallas. TuSimple, an autonomous trucking company. Is that a different one or not? Is it? I'm trying to recall. This one supposedly ended operations. All right, Howley asking for an investigation to their potential violations of U.S. export controls, unauthorized transfer of sensitive technology to the People's Republic of China, and other breaches of national security. According to a recent investigative report, TuSimple systematically shared proprietary data, source code, and autonomous driving technologies with Chinese state-linked entities in blatant disregard of a 2022 national security agreement with the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. These reports also reveal communication from TuSimple personnel inside China requesting the shipment of sensitive NVIDIA AI chips, detailed records showing deep, long-standing ties with Chinese military-affiliated manufacturers. To date, TuSimple has not faced serious consequences for sharing American intellectual property with China. All right, TuSimple, launched in 2015, soon becoming one of the leaders in trying to make autonomous trucks a reality. In 22, they announced they had completed a driverless truck run on an 80-mile stretch of Arizona. Although the deployment was heavily controlled by the Department of Transportation there, TuSimple said the trip was completed without human intervention. Hard time struck in April of 22. One of the autonomous trucks was involved in a crash near Tucson. Later that same year, Wall Street Journal reported that there was a federal investigation looking into espionage charges against TuSimple and the founders. This past October, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association raised concerns about TuSimple and the lack of transparency involving autonomous vehicles as part of their comments to the Department of Commerce about connected vehicle technology. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Yeah, I was talking to Pappy a few minutes ago about the rioter that was throwing rocks at the convoy of federal vehicles that did indeed injure an agent. Has been identified and will be arrested. Attorney General Pam Bondi said he's looking at 20 years in prison. Yeah, this is the case where the guy was breaking up cinder blocks and throwing them at police cars. He was wearing a mask, but the FBI has identified him. Supposedly, they're going to be doing a search warrant on his house. His name is Reyes. Now, he's going to be on the most wanted list. His face is out there now. That's him. He's been identified by great police work and the FBI, so at this point, I guess she says, you can run, but you cannot hide. We're coming after you federally. Bondi also saying that they've already arrested and charged many rioters federally. The looters you saw that began to loot last night, going into 7-Eleven and going into drugstores. Typically, you don't charge those. Well, we do under federal law. Now, under the Hobbs Act, we're charging robbery. You loot a business in California, you're looking at 20 years in prison. If you spit on a federal law enforcement officer, you're looking at 5 years in prison. No more, as President Trump said, you spit, we hit. We're going to charge you with a crime federally. Yeah, you're looking at up to 5 years. If you assault a police officer, if you rob a store, if you loot, if you spit on a police officer, we're coming after you. All right, interesting update there. Oh, real quick, I stand corrected. I was mentioning Too Simple. I was confusing Too Simple with the Aurora Innovations. That's the one that's been running back and forth there from Houston to Dallas. Aurora Innovations, separate entity. All right. So to clear that up. All right. Finding a dry stretch of weather. It's been kind of difficult here in the early days of June. Looks like you got a few decent days coming after the rain today. As Horse Feathers mentioned earlier, it's kind of a soggy night. You'll be in between storms for several days in New York City, following highs that were in the 60s Monday. You'll warm into the 70s today, but Highs well into the 80s for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday with no rain in the forecast those 3 days. When you factor in the humidity levels, it'll feel like you're in the 90s at times. Should feel like summertime. Yeah, much of the Northeast should be able to enjoy a 2 to 3 day stretch with no rain from Wednesday to Friday. Now, some places may get a bit longer after the storms exit here on Tuesday, and where the rain holds off till later next weekend. Still, some spotty shower activity can't be ruled out Wednesday and Thursday. Most places on those 2 days should be dry, though. Now, some rain will encroach Friday over parts of the central Appalachians to the lower part of the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, the moist air then expands northward over the weekend, enveloping much of the central Appalachians and the upper mid-Atlantic to the southern portions of New England. Some areas stretching from northern New York to northern New England could be dry Wednesday through Sunday, an actual 5-day period. But the warmer, drier weather should help with agricultural and construction operations. May be able to catch up a bit there. Due to the high number of rainy days so far this season, outdoor projects are going to need many more dry days to get back on schedule. Now, for some crops that have not yet been sown due to the muddy fields, alternative crops or maybe skipping this year's planting may be necessary due to the shortened growing season. Of course, the frequent wet conditions raise the risk of fungus and the need for undesirable, harsh chemicals, expensive chemicals to keep the plants and crops healthy. The wet soil has made some flash flooding more of a concern that would typically be the case. When the soil is saturated, the landscape cannot absorb that rain. Runoff is almost immediate and excessive. Looks like the middle and second half of this week will bring an increase in the amount of sunshine, but as many have noticed, even on a clear day as of late, the sun in the sky appears hazy. Yeah, thanks to the ongoing smoke coming from the wildfires in central Canada. It looks like that's going to continue to be the case for some time to come on certain days. All right, we'll roll into our final hour coming up here. 844-844-3388 is our number. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They unlawfully invoked a law that's intended to prevent an invasion by a foreign nation.
President Trump says he would arrest California Governor Gavin Newsom. The state's Attorney General Rob Bonta is commenting on the feud between the two.
It's just more talk, more bluff, more bluster, more threats. It's what they do, what they say. Mr. Homan has said similar things. So has Mr. Trump.
Today, a reporter had asked if Border Czar Tom Homan should arrest Newsom over the anti-ICE demonstrations in L.A.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
Newsom called Trump's comments a sign of authoritarianism and announced a lawsuit against the White House for federalizing the California National Guard. Trump is dismissing that lawsuit, saying he had no choice, noting cars burning and people rioting. He adds that the crime Newsom committed was running for governor. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to allow the dismantling of the Department of Education. This request comes after a lower court blocked the administration's attempts.
The administration was ordered by a federal judge last month to reinstate almost 1,400 workers who had been laid off. Solicitor General D. John Sowers said in the new application, each day this preliminary injunction remains in effect subjects the executive branch to judicial micromanagement of its day-to-day operations. Getting rid of the Department of Education was one of Trump's key campaign promises. John Summers, USA Radio News.
ABC News has suspended senior national correspondent Terry Moran following a social media post criticizing President Trump and top aide Stephen Miller.
Moran called Trump and Miller world-class haters in the since-deleted post, saying Miller is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred, while Trump's hatred is only the means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. An ABC News spokesperson said in a statement Moran had been suspended, saying ABC News stands for objectivity and impartiality in its news coverage. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The best way to prevent the spread of measles is through vaccination.
The number of measles cases in the U.S. is nearing a 30-year high.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said there are now over 1,100 confirmed cases of measles across 33 states. CDC data shows only a total of 258 cases in the U.S. last year. The rate of measles cases is on track to exceed the 1,200-plus cases seen in 2019. Federal health officials say 95% of this year's confirmed cases are in people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Hunter Biden dropped a lawsuit against Fox News on Friday that accused the network of unlawfully airing sexually explicit images of him.
It's the second lawsuit he's filed and then voluntarily dismissed against Fox News. The suits followed a 2022 digital miniseries that featured an exaggerated mock trial against Hunter Biden about his overseas financial dealings. Lawyers for the former president's son claimed Fox News violated revenge porn laws and defamed him. He did not explain in court filings why the case was dropped. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Yo! Hey, Dad! You are the best dad ever.
Thanks, Dad. People are expected to spend around $24 billion this year on Father's Day.
That would be a record amount, according to the National Retail Federation, up more than 7% from last year. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way this year on June 15th. Average spending is expected to come in at just under $200. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, yes, indeed. And that is where we kick off our final hour here on a Tuesday. All right, get things started this hour with a couple of industry headlines. So it's the same old tactic. It's a scam, but they kind of changed the tactics up a bit. Officials in multiple states warning drivers about the text messages now that appear to be coming from the State Department of Motor Vehicles, or DMVs. Officials in more than a dozen states have issued warnings about the new messaging scam that attempts to threaten you, the receiver, into paying off a non-existing traffic ticket. See, for months and months we've been talking about the messages, it's the unpaid tolls had been the go-to method. Now it is unpaid traffic tickets. All over the country, Nevada, Colorado, Indiana, Minnesota, California. I'm not going to go through them all, but well over a dozen. The news of the new type of scam after a large number of drivers were, as I just mentioned, targeted with the unpaid toll text scam earlier this year. So the new scam, the message, appears to be coming from the State Department of Motor Vehicles, typically saying that you have an outstanding ticket. The messages will often give a date when the ticket has to be paid off to avoid the loss of your driving privileges, the canceling of your vehicle registration, or even criminal prosecution. It'll contain a link that would take you to a scam website where you're directed to make payments. As the case has been with the others, do not click on any links within the message. Do not share any personal information, including passwords, birth dates, social security numbers, credit card. Do not reply to the text message. If you receive a suspicious message, you're encouraged to report it to the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center. Website is www.ic3.gov, or you can report it to the Federal Trade Commission. They do say be sure to include the phone number or email that sent the message and the website that would be linked to the text. I don't know how you do that without clicking on the link, but there you go. So the scammers kind of changing tactics, and I guarantee you some will fall for it. They'll make money. All right, out of the box this hour, Morning Eagle, what else you got on your mind?
Yeah, I had a couple other things. Before getting back to this L.A. situation, I didn't get a chance to say in the first call. Hey, listen, Steve, you know how I feel about protests. You know, you said that people had a right to protest in America. Okay, so here's here's what a peaceful protest is all about, Steve. My definition of what a peaceful protest. That's where people organize and they go out to the streets with signs, billboards, or whatever they feel like they're somebody is trying to take away from them, and they go down the street and march and display their signs and voice their opinions, and don't cause no kind of ruckus, no violence, no setting vehicles on fire, no fighting with throwing rocks at the police, no blocking traffic, blocking interstates. This is what a peaceful rally is all about, Steve, where you do it during the daytime, you get your point across if you have a point, and then before it gets dark out, you make your way back home and you let the regular people go on about their business. But you don't hang out in the streets 24 hours a day, setting fires, blocking traffic, throwing rocks, causing problems with the police, law enforcement. That's not what these people are doing in California. Has nothing to do with a peaceful assembly, Steve, and it never was about that. But the thing that really offends me the most, and a lot of other people, and I meant to get back to that in the first phone call, is the flag situation. Now, like I said before, Steve, it seems to me like if you wanted to stay in a country, you out here protesting that you don't want to get kicked out of the country, or you don't want somebody from your family being kicked out of the country. It seemed to me like you would have on a red, white, and blue shirt like you wear on your show sometimes, American baseball hat on. You'd have everything that you had on your body when it would be pertaining to the USA. You'd have a USA flag. But apparently these people out there in California don't see it that way. They walking around with Mexico flags representing Mexico, but yet they say they don't want to live in Mexico. They want to continue living in the U.S., but they want to fly their flag of Mexico and America. See, it doesn't work that way, Steve. That's how you know that these people are phony, because they don't give a damn about these immigrants. These people are paid agitators. They've already called these people out. One woman was standing in the crowd, and there was a guy in the back. He told her to move out of the way so he could start throwing things at the police. He had nothing to do with the damn rally. He just came out of nowhere with this black mask on his face. These are the people that are paid by Soros and other individuals. These are troublemakers, and those are the ones that should go to the front of the line that the police need to single out and get them arrested and get them off the street as quick as possible, Steve. These people that are taking money to do this type of nonsense, because that's what it is. They're defeating the cause of what's really going on. The people that really got a concern about the immigrant situation. These people are the troublemakers, and there's a special place for troublemakers, and that's behind bars. Now, like I said before, Steve, when it comes to the burning of the flag, that's the ultimate insult right there. To go, I heard a guy say this on CNN television. He asked this simple question, Steve, and I want people. So people out there who say that they see nothing wrong with these people burning the American flag and fighting with the police. This guy asked this simple question. Well, let me ask you something, Steve. What would happen if an American went to Mexico and decided that he was going to burn a Mexico flag in Mexico City and fight with throw rocks at the police and set police vehicles on fire? Do you know what would happen to that man? He would never be seen again. He would totally disappear. He would never leave the country of Mexico. I promise you that. You think I'm lying? Go to Mexico and try it. If you call my bluff, go to Mexico and try to burn a Mexico flag down there and fight with the police and do what these people are doing in L.A. and see how it turned out. Call my bluff, and I bet you end up losing, Steve. Because, see, these people are playing a game that shouldn't be played, and Donald Trump is not going to play games with them. And like I said before, you got all day to protest if that's what you want to do. You do your thing. But like I told you 2 nights ago, the minute that it even looks like it's getting dark outside, you will be evacuating the streets one way or the other. You will either do it voluntarily or we'll make you get off the street. That's the ultimatum that you have to give these people, Steve, because nobody needs to protest in the dark, in the night, because only bad things happen in the night. So if you choose to protest in the night, you end up behind bars and you'll spend the night in jail. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, thanks for chiming back in. Have a great day. Safe travels. Here, let me flip back over. Email bag. Pappy was talking about, I mentioned Pam Bondi said normally they don't arrest in most cases. If you go into the liquor store or the pharmacy and you're robbing, they get away with thousands of dollars in merchandise. He said, I meant to talk about that entering of stores by the criminals. Now, under Ohio law, that would be robbery, theft of force, a.k.a. give me your money or I'll kill you. That equals robbery. Felony 3, 10 years. Inflict harm. You say punch a victim in the head, take their wallet during a theft offense. That equals aggravated robbery. Or display a firearm during the commission of the robbery. That's a felony 2, 20 years. Now, we had the video that we saw of the rioters there breaking in. Convenience store owner trying to hold the doors shut. Yeah, you saw the owner attempting to defend himself when he had a broom handle, essentially. Yeah, the bad guy had a brick, big brick, and was threatening the owner of the business with that brick. 10 years for him. Now, they could go with aggravated robbery, saying he threatened the owner with the brick. Yeah, use that as displaying a deadly weapon. 100%, about 17 past the hour, 844-844-3388. What has been a very tight majority for the GOP in the House. Apparently about to get tighter. It's going to be the one big beautiful bill and done for Tennessee Republican Representative Mark Green. That's going to put the already precarious majority in the House of Representatives in even more jeopardy. Green also serves as House Homeland Security Committee chairman, confirming this past day that he's going to be leaving his post early to pursue a job in the private sector, and soon. After nearly 40 years of public service, I'm stepping back from my position as a congressman, he posted this past afternoon. Thank you to all the people of Tennessee, 7th District, who've supported me during my tenure as their representative. Now, in a longer attached statement, he said, it is with a heavy heart I announce my retirement from Congress. Recently, I was offered an opportunity in the private sector that was too exciting to pass up. As a result, today I notified the Speaker and the House of Representatives that I will resign from Congress as soon as the House votes once again on the reconciliation package. That package, the spending bill, known as the One Big Beautiful Bill, that's been the flashpoint for the Republican Party before the anti-ICE riots grabbed the collective attention of the nation. Of course, you had Elon Musk that came out as a critic of the beautiful bill. The bill narrowly had passed the House the first time. It may struggle to get the same number of votes again. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, as one notable example, has said she'll not vote for the big beautiful bill if a certain artificial intelligence-related provision is not removed from the bill. Now, that's on top of some of the budget hawks like Thomas Massie, Senator Rand Paul, Ron Johnson, that have already been casting a hypercritical eye on the bill, given those issues with the Republicans and the slim 7-seat advantage in the House with 2 vacancies. Green said he didn't feel it was right for him to leave quite yet, although I planned to retire At the end of the previous Congress, I stayed to ensure that President Trump's border security measures and priorities make it through Congress. Now, by overseeing the border security portion of the reconciliation package, I've done that. After that, I will retire. Then they'll hold a special election to replace me. I have no doubt my colleagues in this Congress will continue to strengthen the cause of freedom. So at least stick it around. I guess ultimately what changes are made via the Senate, that's when they have to send it back to the House. They have to come to a compromise. They both, Senate, House, have to have the same bill, and that's when the House will have to vote on it again. We shall see. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
All right. Good morning to the blind man. Got you coming up here momentarily. First, I'm going to grab Clint, I believe it is. Morning, Clint. Is that the handle? Is that the name, Clint? Wanted to talk about the riots. We got you there. Okay, Clint may have dropped off. I think he might have been a first-time caller, but... Good morning, blind man. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. I couldn't sleep last night. Another case of restless feet.
Yeah.
And I got pain in my right side, so I sat up all night and read a talking book and tuned in your show when it came on. I remember the Rodney King riots back in 92, and there was one city that did not have any riots, And it's because of the mayor at the time. I think his name was Rizzo. And Rizzo made a statement and said, "You guys riot. I told my men to shoot to kill." And Philadelphia did not suffer the riots that some of the other cities did. It's time to really crack down on the left here. And also, Trump has no choice. He's going to have to pull an Andrew Jackson and just full speed ahead, damn everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and these people out there that are rioting, I hope once and for all, I hope that the book is going to be thrown on them, and the congresswomen that were causing all the trouble. I like to see them arrested, and that woman that is a congressman, send her back to her country.
Mm-hmm.
And what's that, Samoa? But anyhow, yeah, I'm glad Trump's doing what he's doing, and you can see the left are screaming now, and they have nowhere to go. That's all they got is the illegal aliens. That's their, I guess, voting base or something. But anyhow, that's all I got for tonight, and I'll probably call in tomorrow.
All right, good to hear from you, blind man. Thanks for checking in. All right, have a great day. And yeah, one of our friends, one of my social media friends, posted here a short time ago, and he is 100% correct. You notice how the media is trying to turn this narrative around. This is what the left does. Be wary of what the left is doing here. They're reversing cause and effect. Have you noticed how the left, including Gavin Newsom, the governor there, trying to say that these riots were provoked by the National Guard? It's Trump sent them in. It's his fault. He's got blood on his hands. These riots were not provoked by the National Guard. The National Guard was deployed because the riots were being ignored. And you actually had, the police chief there in L.A. saying that his officers would in no form or fashion assist ICE in their operations to bring illegals in. It was actually being encouraged by a number of state and local officials. The riots had been going on since Friday. When did Trump order the first National Guard troops in? That was late Saturday. So, folks, he says, please pay attention. Do not allow them to hijack the truth again. But, yep, that's what they do. And there's been so many different headlines. There are actually some council members and whatnot there in L.A. that are encouraging the protesters, actually trying to egg them on to get out there and do more. That's where we stand in this country. And coming up following the news break, word comes down that a third Chinese scientist has been now charged with smuggling a bioagent into the U.S. after the two last week that we had talked about.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests regarding ICE policies and actions continue to happen around the nation. California Governor Gavin Newsom says it's time for President Trump to be a commander-in-chief.
And I will have your back if you want to work in a relationship of trust and truth in the spirit of our founding fathers. But you come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Hundreds of protesters faced off with riot gear wearing San Francisco police officers on Sunday. 2 officers were injured. Over 100 people, including juveniles, were were arrested. Demonstrators had gathered outside the Immigration Service building in San Francisco to rally against ICE raids and deportations, which are happening across the country. Police officers were called in to try and disperse the crowds.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost a point. The S&P 500 rose 5 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 61. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Snuffy and Granny. Rolling the highways, listening in on the way to Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Good to have y'all with us. Hope all's going well. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Some scumbags done give me the crud.
Oh, no.
Can you believe that?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, let's make a public service announcement. I don't know how far it is from you, but this is Susan Tyson, STP Pro Sports. He's with Bryce Lucas Racing. That's their driver. He's 18 years old. See, he's a hot little item now. The girls really like him. He's a cutie pie, is what I guess what all the girls think there. He's locked in and ready and geared up for the 43rd annual Ohio Speed Week, kicking off June 13th at Attica Raceway Park. It's 9 nights, 9 races, 1 goal to run. That's the Ohio Speed Week Championship. I don't know where that's at. Do you have any idea?
I'm not real familiar. Not really.
Yeah, they've added Brian Check. I can't even pronounce his name. Kamana. He's had 99 wins, and they're looking to add him on to number 100. So you can figure out where that's at. I don't know where it's at. Attica Raceway Park. I guess in Attica.
Okay.
I don't know where Attica, Ohio would be. I'd have to look it up. So anyway, let me say this about California. Stand your ground, eminent domain. Hey, you don't pull that stuff down Mississippi, you'll get shot in a heartbeat with a water blaster. And when they start pulling the lead on you out there and that lead enters your body and you die, I am not going to care one bit. Nobody over here will. We'll take, goodbye, good riddance. So, they can do what they want. I don't care. It's, anyway, let's get a simplified shout out. Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, Horse Feathers, Heat Wave. It's going to be about all the energy I got right now. So, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm going to go to the doctor in the morning.
Okay.
So we'll see what they tell me.
See what the heck you come down with. Yeah, 24 hours ago, he sounded fine. Something you come down with got him just like that. Lickety-split. Wow. I hope you feel better soon. Sound like he plumb wore out, didn't he? All right, let's see if we can do a take 2 here. Clint, I do believe it is. We got you this time around, Clint.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Good morning.
Yeah, listen, the thing that people are... good morning, yeah. It's getting up there. The thing that people aren't talking about with these riots is that really the police are out there helping them. I mean, Newsom's helping them. I mean, the mayor's helping them. I mean, this goes much higher. It goes up to the Democratic Party, and the people that control all that. I mean, they want this to happen. I mean, AOC, BS, Bernie Sanders. They're out there stoking the flames, and nobody's talking about that.
Like I said, I saw a report that there was actually one council member there in L.A. yesterday that's trying to encourage the protesters. That's what is it going to benefit Los Angeles with? Because you're going to have some of these retailers that are never going to come back. You're actually hurting your own community with what's going on here.
Yeah, well, the Democratic Party out there, though, doesn't care. They don't care about America. They hate America.
Yeah.
And, they're all on the side of these of the illegals, and they're trying to stoke this all over the country, get it going, everywhere.
And it's kind of sounded like some of that may be taking place in the coming days. And, and who's, what's your take? Who's backing all this or covering this? I mean, we always talk and hear about these non-governmental organizations being supported like by the Soros Foundation and things of that nature. You think there are some of the Yeah, the anti-Americans is trying to sow chaos here.
Yeah, Soros is involved. I mean, what's going on with that guy? Well, but there's so many. There's got to be other organizations, and you just never hear about it. You never hear about the New York Times or even Fox or anybody doing any deep dives into the funding of these political parties, because that's where it comes from. I mean, they're the ones that give the orders,
Yeah, the antagonist, the likes of the Antifa organizations and things of that nature. All right, well, Clint,
right.
I appreciate you dialing us up. I got your number here, and we're gonna hook Clint up with a first-time caller code there for joining us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It was Hoot Who that emailed me a bit earlier in the program. Let's see, Karen Bass. Of course, the mayor there. She is not just a DEI hire. She is a highly trained Marxist implementer, trained by a non-governmental organization, funded organization that was supported by USAID. The goal is to bring down Trump. And during all the chaos, maybe install a communist regime. Neville Singham, a Chinese operative, has all kinds of money behind this nonsense. So there's another name. I had seen another report. I think Newsmax this past day said that there was some Chinese organizations trying to fund this chaos. I said Liz Wheeler had a good program on YouTube about this. He said, I'm with Trump all the way. Yeah, thanks for the great show this morning. Karen Bass's non-governmental organization uses this tactic across the world for political government changes. And by the way, he said, I guess word is they're saying some sympathy, call it protests, will it be riots, are actually planned in Raleigh here today as things kind of continue to spread. All right, it is 844-844-3388. A Chinese scientist arrested while arriving at the Detroit airport. The second case in a number of days involving the alleged smuggling of biological materials, according to authorities this past day. In this case, the scientist is accused of shipping biological material months ago to staff at a laboratory at, again, the University of Michigan. The FBI, in a court filing, described it as material related to certain worms that require a government permit. The guidelines for importing biological materials into the U.S. for research purposes are stringent but clear, and actions like this undermine the legitimate work of other visiting scholars. John Nowak, who leads the field operations at Customs and Border Protection, the scientist was interviewed, then arrested Sunday after arriving on a flight from China where she is pursuing an advanced degree at Hozhong University of Science and Technology in Wuhan, no less. She planned to spend a year completing a project at the University of Michigan. Now, her shipments, including an envelope stuffed inside a book, were intercepted sometime last year and then earlier this year opened by authorities. The court filing does not indicate whether the FBI believes the biological material was risky, although the U.S. Attorney, Jerome Gorgon, says, yes, smuggling threatens our security. The scientist remains in custody, awaiting a bond hearing coming up here on Wednesday. Now, it doesn't strike me as something that is dangerous in any way, but there are rules when shipping biological material. one biologist at the University of California. The government last week, of course, had charged 2 other Chinese scientists accused of conspiring to smuggle a toxic fungus into the U.S. One was turned around at the Detroit airport, sent back to China last year. The other, a researcher at the University of Michigan, was arrested. She, as well, remains in custody. Okay. I don't know. What are the Chinese trying to bring? And what's the connection here with the University of Michigan? I kind of wonder. Well, we've often heard if it sounds too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. And that is especially the case when it comes to investing. You know, when you've got someone telling you, hey, if you give me $2,000, I can get you, 200% of your money, double your money in no time or more. And that was the case with a Florida trucking company owner who will be spending a lot of time in prison for the Ponzi scheme that bilked investors out of nearly $160 million. Sanjay Singh has been sentenced to 23 years after the jury found him guilty of a massive Ponzi scheme in November. The 45-year-old from Coral Springs, Florida, duped investors of his trucking company, Royal Bengal Logistics. Going all the way back to right when the pandemic was really kicking in January of 2020, Singh represented Royal Bengal Logistics as a thriving trucking company to potential investors. His pitch involved a truck program, which involved the trucking company using your investor funds to purchase and operate trucks, guaranteeing, there's the kicker, guaranteeing monthly returns exceeding 200%. He also offered investors separate opportunities to make investments that supported the company's operations or its trailer manufacturing program. Those other types of investments would yield guaranteed returns ranging from 20 to 40%. Initially, investors would send funds and actually receive returns in their own names. Eventually, Singh requested that investors switch to going through companies that they had already incorporated. By doing so, he was able to hide the source and nature of the funds going in and out of Royal Bengal Logistics bank accounts. There was one significant problem. Royal Bengal Logistics didn't earn enough revenue to cover the cost of operations, let alone satisfy obligations to investors. So to offset the negative revenue, he devised the classic Ponzi scheme that used funds from new investors to pay out returns to existing investors. In addition to using investor funds for the Ponzi scheme, he also spent that money for personal use. Millions of investor dollars were put toward mortgage payments, home renovations, brokerage accounts, collateral for stock trades. That scheme lasted until the day of his arrest in June of 2023. Indicted at that point on 8 counts of wire fraud. At the same time, the Securities and Exchange Commission filed a civil suit against Royal Bengal Logistics. That case remains active. Shortly after his conviction in November, Singh informed the SEC that he's ready to settle the civil case. Terms of that settlement are still being finalized, but $160 million he was able to round up from investors. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirdogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, on over to the Plowboy this Tuesday morning. What's happening, Plowboy?
Oh, not too much. Good morning, Steve. Hey, I hope the heck old Uncle Buster gets feeling better. Dang, he sounded better.
Yeah, it sounded rough, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did. But, well, I ain't going to drive too much on this rights, but one thing about it, you got to look at two things. Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, he'll quell that crap pretty damn quick, and Ron DeSantis ain't very far behind that either. So I don't look for the red state to have all that much problem with them. But now, Steve, I got a question. I've been thinking about something with all the political officers take an oath of office, correct? Like Pappy, myself, when trying to get into different organizations, military, police, whatever you name it. Did not Nuisance and Bass, did they not take the same oath of office as anybody else that takes an oath?
Absolutely. Yeah, to uphold the Constitution, 100%.
And protect our nation from foreign and domestic
enemies,
terrorists.
foreign and enemies. Domestic.
I'm sorry.
100%, yes.
And I'm just looking at it this way. They could all be railroaded just because of that, in my opinion. But then again, just my opinion. But did you happen to catch what came out of Israel? What happened earlier today, like yesterday, earlier?
Only thing I've seen new out of Israel is I guess that they gave orders for anybody in northern Gaza, I think it was, to get out now. I don't know what their next operation is. What else happened?
Well, they called a flotilla of relief supplies, and guess when they opened the hatch, who was in it?
Was that where they found old Greta?
Little Greta Thunderbritches.
Yes.
Yeah, little Thunderbritches. I thought.
Now, what the hell was? What was she doing there?
I have
no idea.
She could. You know something? I hate to say this, but I got to. Gaza is a damn good place for her to live. Really, it is. And just stay there, and maybe she might catch you next incoming. I don't know. 22 years old, that darn thing, and she's still doing her stupidity crap.
Yeah.
I better get off here, but just thought I'd also let you know. I talked to Red Neal. He was still alive and kicking. I was trying to see whether he wouldn't go out to L.A. and help solve that problem, but he didn't want to go along. But he said to tell everybody hi. So he's still out there trying to take care of southern Utah. So.
Okay. All right. So, yep. All right. Well, appreciate the update there. I don't know. Did he say, is he officially done with trucking? Is he officially retired now? Or?
I think he's got a lot of stuff going on right now. I think I shouldn't say this, but I think it's going to happen. But that's just between me and you and our radio small audience. But
all right. Well, thanks for the update.
He didn't talk about kicking down no doors tonight.
No? Okay. So he ain't going to go out there and do his part to quell the violence. Greta Thunberg, I saw some headlines about her. I don't much pay attention to anything when her name's involved. Swedish climate and human rights activist. I knew she was a climate. I didn't realize she was a human rights activist. Departing Israel on a flight to France after being detained by Israeli forces alongside other activists aboard an aid ship that was bound apparently for Gaza. Greta Thunberg just departed Israel on a flight to Sweden via France, according to Israel's foreign ministry, in a post on X alongside 2 photos of the young activist aboard a plane. All right. At least 5 of her fellow crew members were also detained on board the aid ship Monday. They have refused to agree to depart voluntarily. They will be deported. All right. Last night, our council was able to see the 6 French nationals arrested by the Israeli authorities. Their families have been contacted. One of them agreed to voluntarily depart and is expected to return today. The other 5 will be deported. Okay. What are they trying to accomplish there? With that, we'll close out a terrific Tuesday. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Rolling into Hump Day. Hope you can join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. trapped in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I